Hello, here I am. The stream didn't immediately start with frames dropping, so that's a good sign. It might continue doing it, but whatever. At least I restarted the router. I also restarted OBS, so the chat wouldn't freeze. It's all good. It's all good. So continuing. Either way, this is a problem between Badler and his father. If you're patient, time will heal all wounds. There's no point in you feeling bad over it. Just because Badler happened to be absent today doesn't mean we can be sure he'll never come back. All this means is that Rudolph came alone today. True. Of course, he will be at the next family conference as energetic as ever. By then, Rudolph will probably bring that Kiria here too. Badler may be sulky about it, but I'm sure that he will come as well. Now what's that clueless emo supposed to be? You don't believe in what they're saying? You're right. Yeah. I'm sure. You're right. How nice would it be if they were right? In fact, if I could, I'd like to flip through the calendar until autumn right now and check to see whether he does come to the next conference. If he does, then all of my fears are groundless. It would mean the rumor-mongering family members and servants had just blown things out of proportion. If Badler's was right here, I'd want to question him right away. Hey, it isn't true that you'll never come to Rokenjima again, right? And then if he said that of course he would come again, it would be such a relief. I don't know the phone number for Riddle-sama's house, but I could probably look it up if I tried. However, as a servant of the family, I have no excuse for making such a call. Did I exploded again, yeah. And anyway, I have no way of knowing the phone number for Badler's grandparents' house. I can't do anything except wait for Rudolph-sama's family to come visit and hope that my fears are groundless. Oh, it's doing it. It's dropping the frames. Oh, well. However, will I be able to make it through the day feeling like this? No way. I can't sleep a wink tonight. Just waiting around, feeling like this, when I don't know when my next chance will come. I can't do that. Will it be next month? Or the month after? In the worst case, I might have to wait until the next family conference. And I have to wait that long, while holding back this suffocating feeling. I can't bear it. Hey, Shannon. Sorry to ask this out of the blue, but when you made up your mind to do something by the next year, that something wasn't just quitting work as a servant on this island, right? I made the decision to start a new life. I didn't want to keep on being a servant by force of habits. I made the decision to step into a new life, and to leave my old life as a servant behind. And Battler promised that he'd come here on the day of your decision, right? Yes. Tact is not one of my strong points, so I shall speak frankly. You made the decision and resolved yourself to start a new life with Battler. Correct. A new life with Battler, son. You are afraid that Battler will not come for you on the day of your decision. However, there is more to that day of decision than just Battler coming to see you. it's also the day for you to show that you're determined to spend the rest of your life with him. This determination is something you must create for yourself. It won't bear fruit simply because Badler shows up. Shannon, do you now have the determination to spend the rest of your life with him? You decided to put it off until the next family conference because you didn't have the determination last time, right? What does it mean to live life with Badler? Yay. Have you ever thought seriously about it in detail? Well, as long as I'm working as a servant on Rokkenjima, my opportunities for meeting him are limited. We're both underage, so it's too early to talk about marriage. However, if I quit working as a servant, I should have many more opportunities to meet him. Once I quit work here, I'll return to the Fukuin house. I have my wages from serving so much cards to the family, so I should have more than enough to travel to Badler-san's house to play. And when I graduate from school, I can rent an apartment near Badler-san's house. Then, well, I can work while going to school. That life would be a lot more difficult than I first thought. However, I'd be able to see Badler-san much more often. If not every day, then every week. I won't be a servant anymore, so there won't be any difference in class. I can call him whenever I want. And I'm already doing both school and work. Thanks to my experience here, I know more than enough to do simple housework. Doesn't that sound like a fun life? You can rent a humble abode, and once you've built up your own home, you can invite Battler over. And then, the time you spend together, the world the two of you make will begin. Doesn't that sound wonderful? Yes. It does sound a bit wonderful. This was the first time I'd ever imagined that future clearly. The girl I pulled by knowing about Puao. Yup. My love for him and my honest desire to live my life with him. Earlier, I was able to consider both of these deeply. However, now that I'm clearly imagining the future I plan to choose, I finally understand. I must be aware of how much determination will be needed to reach that future. You dream of marriage eventually, don't you? Oh. Girls these days dating with marriage in mind at such a young age. Well, that's a bit, Don't deny your dreams, okay? There's no point in taking a first step if your eyes are closed and you don't look to the future. If a girl's in love with a man, there's nothing wrong with thinking, I want to marry him. That's a young girl's natural right. My face had turned bright red. Earlier, I thought that considering marriage really was a bit premature. So I tried as best as I could not to think about it. However, when the witches encouraged me to imagine it, that image was both exciting and vivid. I felt an indescribable feeling of refreshment and awakening. Like the gentle breeze that washes over you when you go outside during a brief spot of sunshine on a rainy day. That's right. I didn't actually have the determination to go that far. I need to strengthen my determination by the time the next family conference comes around. If I can't do that, then sticking around as a servant on this island is no more than I deserve. And at that same time, this is also a trial. True. A trial to be overcome. A trial? Why is that? Fool. Badler promised that he would come for you at the next family conference. Did he not? He said he'd come on a white horse, right? Yes. You're thinking that Badler will not come anymore. In other words, you have no faith in Badler's promise. That's why this is a trial. To pass through this trial, you'll have to show that you can trust him and wait. A trial. I hadn't thought of it that way, since he promised to come for me in a year. Then I need to believe that he'll come for me in a year. If I doubt that, I don't have the right to wait for him in the first place. In fact, Badler might have left the Yoshinomiya family because he set his sights on a future with you. Oh, why would that be? If he knows that you will live together and eventually exchange marriage vows. Having the name Yoshinomiya would cause problems, since Shannon is a servant of the Yoshinomiya family. Ah, I see. He realizes that there'll be all kinds of trouble if he decides to marry a servant girl, so he's abandoned the Yoshinomiya name beforehand. What do you think, Shannon? That way, everything makes sense. Badler has abandoned the Yoshinomiya name for your sake. This sudden argument with Rule was just an excuse. You might even say he killed his mom. What splendid reasoning. Nice going, Rishi. What do you say, Shannon? There's no reason to feel down. On the contrary, it's as though Badler has shown his determination first. A smile had finally returned to my face. Of course, I hadn't taken the witches seriously and let myself be reassured. I was closer to the opposites. It was almost funny that they could think of such ridiculously convenient explanations for everything. However, they had made all of those ridiculous theories to cheer me up. The witches are right when they say that I must trust Badler-san. And that there's no point moping about just because I've heard a few rumors. Until the next family conference, I intend to strengthen my resolve. And I believe that he'll accept my feelings and come for me. The idea that Badler left the family so that he could be married to me someday was laughable, of course. But right now, I should try and feel confident enough to accept even crazy ideas like that. Thanks so much. I feel a little better now. That is well. I cannot stand watching you cry yourselves to sleep. Thanks for coming into my dreams to encourage me. Indeed. It will be morning soon. This is all a dream. You won't remember any of it when you awake. However, your hearts will be at peace. Yes, I'll believe in him and wait. So, I won't listen to every little rumor. Very good. Wait until the next conference while improving yourself. If you think of it as training to become a wife, all of your everyday chores will grow more meaningful. Thanks a lot. Rishi, it'll be morning soon. Is that so? Then so long, Shannon. You may not remember me, but I will always be by your side, watching over you. Thank you. Yes, thank you. The next family conference will be here in a flash. Wait for it at your leisure. Battler will certainly keep his promise. "5 years until the incident, huh?" As soon as Shannon left the dream, uh, Beatrice just looked over to looked over to Gap, who has at this point is not called Gap. Just shook her head and did like a motion with her thumb to indicate beheading. Like, nope, it's fucking over. Just don't tell her, but it's fucking over. Pleased to meet you. My name is Kirie. I hope we can all become quick friends. I've known your name longer than I've known Asumu-san's. I hear you're Rudolph's old girlfriend. Yes, we've known each other for quite a long time. Welcome to the Yoshinomiya family. I hope you find it easy to grow comfortable here. Yes, I'd like to grow comfortable quickly, so that I can support my husband. But look at that, how cute that little girl is. What's her name? This is Anje-chan. What a cute name. So, you two couldn't make up after all. I thought this would be the perfect chance to bring him back, but he's as stubborn as that. Will Battler-kun ever come back? I'll miss him. Nothing wrong with a man having enough backbone to find his own way in the world. I'm sure he'll have made it big by the time he comes back. You think so? Right now, Battler-kun's home isn't home for him. The place he comes home to is somewhere else now. Enough. This concerns Rudolph's family. It is not our place to meddle. Thank you, Krasny-san. This is an issue for our family alone. 13-year-old man. However, I intend to do all I can to see that Battler-kun and Rudolph-san can live together again someday. After all, he's Anja's one and only big brother. Yup. When that kid gets stuck on something, anything you say to him will have the opposite effect. Azumu's father has a bit of a short temper. Looks like he's been adding fuel to the fire. It'll be okay. I'm sure he'll understand your feelings before too long. We can't do anything except cheer you on. Even if he doesn't come back, we're all praying that the two of you will make up quickly. It's a bit boring without Battler. Yeah. I hope he and Uncle Rolf can make up soon. Thinking about how Battler-sama feels, it must have hurt. His family basically got swapped around. It probably doesn't feel comfortable at home anymore. All men need to go out on their own one day or another. Might just be that Battler-kun's time has come. Do you think so? I do. It's not cool for a guy to hang around at his parents for too long. You got to leave the nest in a flurry and make your name in the world. I plan to do that eventually, but it looks like he's gone and done it first. And when he makes his name in the world and becomes a great man, will he come back? It may be that he never comes back. After all, this might be leaving the nest for him. leaving the nest. Battler didn't come, did he? Oh, how terrible. And I kept telling Shannon that he was sure to come. I'm sure she's very upset over Battler's absence. And it's all because I got her hopes up. She's been looking forward to this day. It pains me to think of how she must feel. Thanks, you two. I'm okay. I had been reunited with the witches once again in that dream world. You gotta leave the nest at 13, yeah. But I could never remember anything during the day. Now that I was in the dream world, I somehow knew that this was a reunion. The witches both looked apologetic. But they had tried to cheer me up by saying that the battler would come today. Now that he hadn't come, it was like they'd been lying, and they seemed to regret it heavily. Shannon, well... Thanks for your concern. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't sad. But I'll be okay. Are you sure? Really sure? That would be splendid, but... Clearly, Battler's fight was so over the top that he couldn't bring himself to back down so soon. Men are so stubborn. Yes, that is true. He tried to act tough before running away, but his stubbornness is preventing him from taking back what he said so easily. He'll probably regret not coming today. He will. Yes, that must be it. You're not wrong, he will. Eventually. For some reason, they seem nearly desperate in their attempts to encourage me. It was almost funny to watch. I couldn't help but giggle. Thanks a lot, both of you. After all, you're the ones who told me in the first place. That this is a test, a trial to be overcome. The truth was, I couldn't really cool myself so easily. When will he come back? When will he come for me? When isn't the question. Will he come for me? Ever? If I start moping right now, the uncertainty and sadness will probably tear me apart. Oh, I almost swallowed the wrong way and started coughing. But they taught me. This is a trial to see whether I really believe in him or not. The very fact that I feel uncertain and anxious is a betrayal of my resolve. And of his promise to come for me someday. George-sama said something about it. He said this might be the same as leaving the nest for Battler-san. That's right. This is his chance to leave behind the Ushinomiya name and spread his wings as his own man. If you really think about it, we're still very young. If you think about it. You don't even need to think about it that much, actually. Even if we want to be tied together, we're still lacking many years of social experience and trust. If Battler-san is really and truly taking this seriously, then it's too soon for him to come for me now. Well done. Yes, that's the right attitude. You've done well to reach this understanding. You passed my test. You solved my puzzle, Shannon. Congratulations. I haven't reached anything. However, I've decided to think of it that way for now. This is a trial to see whether I trust Battler-san or not. If he had come today, then today, I would have had to tell Madame that I wanted to quit my job as a servant. However, Was I really prepared to do that? Who can say? Last night, I quit worrying about whether Badler-san would come or not. Thanks to that, not only did I not have the resolve to quit my job, I haven't even started on the paperwork to do so. In short, I still don't have the determination that I promised in that day. I'm sure that God knew that. Badler will come for me when I found my determination. I wasn't determined, so it's only natural that he didn't come today. Yeah. It all makes sense now. So, I'm sure Badler-san didn't come today because I wasn't determined enough. It's only natural since I couldn't even truly believe that he would come. I'm sure Badler was the same way. He did not yet have the determination and resolve to come for you. God is not heartless. When your feelings truly do draw close, I'm sure they'll bring the two of you together. Just like Orihime and Hikoboshi. I don't know who those are. Yes, it's as though the weather just happened to be bad during this year's Tanabata, keeping those lovers apart for another year. Oh, it's from Tanabata, I see. That's how I'd like to think about what happened today. That's how I'd like to think about it. I have no other choice. I'm literally standing at the edge of a precipice right now. Badler-san. But Badler-kun didn't come back for 6 years. Still a long way to go until then. So, you had to wait 6 whole years feeling like that? When one waits every year for something to happen the next, and the same thing the next year, and the next, it becomes the same as waiting for an eternity. Pretty pathetic, don't you think? After all, this promise you thought you made with Badler seems to be something he knew nothing about, right? Badler-kun does tend to use melodramatic phrases, just like Uncle Rudolph. His roundabout way of putting things might have led to a misunderstanding. Some girl's gonna stab Badler in the back someday. Someday? No, I think that already happens. More than once. Multiple times. Well, I guess that's more or less what this tale is. Yep. When words can mean different things, they can turn a person's life upside down. There are times when careless talk costs lives. Oh, that was a chapter? I feel like this one was shorter than the previous one. We don't want to linger on the on the endless suffering for so long, I see. Chapter 7, Sprout of Love. Sprout of love, root of love. Of our fallen brothers. 1 year later. Yeah, me too. 1982. Oh, never mind. We're still in there. We're still in there. We haven't skipped anything yet. Seriously. Why do you guys turn into total morons when they get together? Why do guys? Jessica's room was filled with laughter. It was one hell of a reality check. I thought this guy was a bit cool, a bit adult-like. And then I see him with some of the other guys in our class, talking about dirty stuff with his creepy laugh. It's true that boys always act like little kids when they are together. Well, it's not like girls are any different. The fun chat between girls continued without end. Tonight, Kraus and Natsuki were out late at a meeting on Nijima. Most of the time, Natsuki was always watching, so Jessica will make sure to be curt with the young servants. It's nice that Manon gets to be the nice one out of all the servant slash stakes. But when Natsuki wasn't around, Jessica never did that. She had invited the servants of similar age to her room. Manon stays winning, hell yeah. And they were chatting away noisily. At that age, everyone wants to know about love. Thanks to the rigid and constricting ways Jessica had been brought up. 100 more years of umineko, no! 100 more years of waiting for Battler. She enjoyed talking about it all the more. But you're pretty incredible, milady. And you're that age. Aren't there any boys you're interested in? Well, I'd like to fall in love, but there aren't really any good ones around. I think you should be a bit more proactive about it. You can act all relaxed now, but that's not gonna last long, okay? Once one of your friends starts going out with someone, it'll turn your whole world upside down. There's no way that'll happen. None of my friends are traitors. I think. No. The outbreak of love is the one time you can't rely on friendship between girls. You met someone you liked. You'd betray your friends and go out with the guy without a second thought, wouldn't you? What about you, Shannon? It's not fair if I'm the only one who has to talk. Meanwhile, Shannon is like dead-eye 1,000-mile stare. I don't want to talk about it. I, don't have anyone like that around. Anymore. Not around. He's far, far away. And like Orihime and Hikiboshi, I don't get to see him very often. In fact, I don't even know when I'll be able to see him again. However, I believe that he'll come for me someday. I believe it. Don't you betray me, okay, Shannon? If we get boyfriends, we'll get them together. You got that? Right? Right? We promised, right? I hope she keeps that promise. Well, you might not believe it, but it's not at all rare for girls just like Shannon-chan to get a head start. Shannon, confess! You aren't going out with anyone, are you? You aren't, right? I'm not, really. Really? Can I watch this one? It's still banned, sorry. Unless you read everything up until this point, you're still banned, but hello. Thank you for showing up and saying hello, I appreciate it. I'm very glad to see you. I hope you're doing well. Really? We'll get boyfriends together, okay? No matter what happens, okay? Anyone who lies has to eat porcupine fish. Yes. I promise. Well, I don't think she would remember all of them. She would not be able to remember Lunan for sure. Like, the first three sisters are way before her time. But she might remember the last 3 or 4. Now there's the face of a liar. I'm willing to bet Shannon-chan beats everyone else in this room. I can tell. It's always the quiet ones that go first. Shannon, how could you? Confess, confess! Please stop, lady. That tickles. And here she is right now. Yeah, I guess so. Mammon makes the most sense, yeah. And so another Sunday afternoon passed by. Oh. I worked my way out of the fight, and looked up at the sky through the window. Is Battler-chan-san happily chatting away with his friends, somewhere right now, just like I am? As I think of you like this, are you thinking of me? But if I ask that, it's the same as admitting that I don't trust you. I'll wait. And when you do come for me, I'll announce then and there that I'm quitting my job. I've already prepared myself to do so. But you haven't come yet. That isn't because you won't come, but because I'm not determined enough yet, right? It's because I haven't clearly envisioned the future with you, right? I'll wait. No matter how long, until you come for me, riding a white horse, I will always treasure our promise. The promise of our precious resolve. Never make a promise with a guy. You can't count on them. Thinking that she had read my mind, I spun around. Of course, she hadn't, but... well, for stuff like that, I think guys and girls have different ideas of what's important. No, that's not it. You got it all wrong. On the whole, girls tend to be dreamers, and guys just do stuff without thinking. I guess understanding between the sexes is pretty much impossible after all. Yeah, that's true. You heard it here first. Men and women can never understand each other. They are fundamentally different in every aspect. And this is decided the moment they're born. At least I think it's pretty hard. Girls often have the bad habit of thinking they know exactly what the guy is thinking right away. They search for hidden meanings behind words that guys say for no reason in particular. And just get the wrong idea. Yeah, I've known girls like that. Those girls who hear something that anyone else could tell them was trivial, but think it means the guy is totally into them. Yeah, I see it all the time. It's a bit sad when a girl gets the wrong idea for no reason. The pair of them laugh together. Oh, it's so funny. When a girl gets the wrong idea. Could that be me? No, that can't be. After all, Badler-san clearly made a promise. He said he'd come for me riding a white horse. I mustn't doubt. I'm sure this conversation I'm hearing is just another one of God's trials. So, I won't listen. I won't care about it. If there's one thing I never want to be, is one of those poor girls who thinks a guy's heart is linked to hers for no reason. I want to make a cone hat with the word dunce on it and put it on Jessica's head right now. No, actually just the entire clown outfit. Jessica in 4 years. Oh, I'm putting on the clown shoes. Look at me. Look at me. Those demonic sneers tormented me and tried to lead me astray. I'm sure he'll come to the next family conference. But Badler-san didn't appear at the 1982 conference either. Bits by bits, things were changing from the way they'd been at the last family conference he'd come to. Everyone had gotten completely used to Kirie-sama, Little-sama's new wife. And she came down off the boat with a familiar stride. Her daughter, Anjay-sama, was growing well, and all of the family focused their attention on her. Even Maria-sama, though she was still tiny, was already 5 years old. She was full of energy and old enough to enjoy playing with George-sama. Jessica-sama and George-sama had already stopped talking about Badler-san's absence. Probably has the window to have met Manon. Yeah. We don't even know if her name is Manon. We're just assuming her name is Manon because it makes sense, you know? It was the same with the other relatives too. No one touched on the subject. As though they had forgotten that Badler-san was missing. Maria-sama had only been 3 when she'd last seen Badler-san. It was doubtful whether she even remembered him. In just 2 years, all trace of your existence has been erased from the Ushinomiya family conference. If I was Shannon, I would have been really transparent about the fact that I had a crush on Badler, just to make everyone feel miserable every time they come and Badler doesn't show up, making it super awkward. Like, no, I'm sorry, I'm making it everybody's problem. That made me sad. And so it looks like Badler-san didn't come back this year either. True. Feeling a bit lonely? Well, Uncle Rudolph and Aunt Kiria don't even bring him up anymore. It looks like Badler-kun was much more serious about it than we thought. I wonder if he really will stay away forever. It looks like that was him leaving the nest after all. He spread his wings and left for a new stage of life. Don't you think so? He's always been crazy and reckless. Well, what more do you expect from a guy? Well, we know Badler-kun. I'm sure he's adapted to his new life and is enjoying himself. So I don't think there's any reason to worry. When George-sama said that with a smile, I felt a bit uncertain. What does he mean by there's no reason to worry? I'm sure he's enjoying himself. This is Badler we're talking about. So you can bet he's forgotten all about us and is having a great time. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I'll bet he is. And I think that's for the best. Anja was just born now, sorry. It would have been more that Maria would have been friends with Yeah, I assumed you meant Maria, but then I misread. Oh, you meant Anjay. Yeah, Anjay would need a few more years to remember anything. Thinking for himself, his family, and his late mother, Alarcon decided on his own to find a new life. So I hope he lives that life to the fullest. If he regrets about the Yoshinomiya family, that's just perfect. George-sama smiled at me, as though expecting me to agree. After a moment of shock, I smoothed my expression over and found the expression he was expecting. His Badler-san living happily? Having forgotten about the family, about me, about our promise. That can't be true. It just can't be. Badler-san must be looking forward to that day of decision just like me. I'm mistaken about that. He promised me. He said he'd come riding a white horse. I never asked him to say that. He said he'd come for me on the day I resolved myself to live life for his sake. He made that promise himself. For 2 years, I believed that. I've done all I could to make it through God's trials and whisperings of demons that try to throw me from my path. Yet, things both George-sama and Jessica-sama are saying are so cruel. Badler-san has forgotten about us and started a new life? Why are they telling such lies? Oh no, don't put that fucking shot here. I don't want to see that shit. They use that same background in one of the Maria flashbacks. It just makes me depressed. But that night, I dreamt of Badler-san for the first time in a long while. The Badler-san in my dream wasn't the Badler-san I believed in. It was the Badler-san that George-sama and Jessica-sama had spoken of. The one who had forgotten everything and started a new life. Morning. I woke up with a tear-stained face. The face I saw in the mirror cried and told me it couldn't wait any longer. If I had managed to wait this long, why can't I wait any longer? This is a trial. So, we must believe in him and wait. But the me in the mirror spoke. It was sharper than a fragment of glass. I talk about this promise with him. But did we ever really make such a promise? Wasn't Jessica-sama talking about it? That some girls are dreamers who get the wrong idea? And wasn't George-sama talking about it too? He said that Badler-san had gotten used to his new life and had forgotten about the Yoshinomiya family. And by now, he isn't the only one who's forgotten. Unless I ask about it, everyone on this island has forgotten his name. Even Rudolph-sama doesn't say his name anymore. If I weren't here to remember his face, perhaps his existence would have been erased from everyone's hearts. I don't believe it, so I won't doubt. Badler-san must still remember his promise. We're both waiting for the day of decision. that they will be together. Battler-san, I've firmly made up my mind. Does the fact that you're not here mean that, after all, I'm not determined enough? No. It's because you and God are testing me, isn't it? In that case, I will endure. Until that promised day inevitably comes. So, please, Paddler-san, I want some proof that you haven't forgotten me. It was the crack that ran across my ceramic-like heart. I had to acknowledge it now. It may be that I'm pretending not to notice something terrifying and sad. Battler-san makes me yearn for him. Battler-san makes me sad. Battler-san makes it hurt. Battler-san, do you still remember me now? One year later, 1983. You're almost there. You're halfway there. You can do it, Shannon, just a little bit more. The first half is the hard part. And then came the third family conference since Battler-san left. If the number of pets was going to increase, would have been told about that when setting up. The fact that nothing has changed in particular means that he probably won't be here this year either. Clinging to a final bit of hope, I stood by the docks, watching the boat draw closer. Hey, Shannon-chan. You're looking as pretty as ever. Yeah, and you're looking as sunless as ever. Careful, Anjay. Watch your step. Hey, Shannon. I really do love Rokenjima. I can't wait for Uncle Kraus to turn it into a resort. There's no need for that. It'd be such a waste. You got a good point there. How have you been, Shannon-chan? I think you've gotten a bit taller since last time. Thank you very much. And the weather's good again this year. It's so great having every single member of the family together all nice and cheerful. God damn, Hideyoshi, you really fucked up that line. Please, allow me to guide you to the mansion. How have you been, Shannon-chan? Just checking in. Just checking in, bad. Checking in. I've been bad. I'm doing bad. So after all, Battler-san has been so thoroughly forgotten that he might not have existed in the first place. I'm sure the sadness will show on my face. Not wanting anyone to see it, I turned my back to the family and led the way up to the mansion by myself. Hey guys, 3 years. I know it's tough, right? 3 years. 3 years until Battler shows up, but hey, good news. Do you remember what happens a year from now? We have something to look forward to. Then, suddenly, someone mentioned Battler-san's name, and I jumped. What? You saw Battler-kun? How's she doing? He's doing very well. I took Anji and had some tea with him the other day. I was surprised. So, Hideya-sama was in touch with Battler-san. According to her, both Battler-san and Rudolph-sama had long since calmed down after their fights. But both were so stubborn that they hadn't found a good chance to make up. And since Padre-san had gotten used to living with his grandparents and going to school there, yeah, it really is like that. It's really funny, and yet it's really depressing. You're laughing and crying at the same time. And considering that those grandparents might make things even more difficult, going to convince Padre-san to come home wouldn't be easy. You know, laughing through it all. It's just too bad. I think Kazumi-san's parents were even more angry than Badler-kun was. This isn't just an issue between Badler-kun and Rule-san anymore. Then will Badler be coming back sometime soon? He will make up with Rule-san, but it looks like he doesn't intend to return to the Yoshinomiya family. Such a shame. Though I do understand how he feels. It was a bit of a relief to hear that some of the bad feeling had died down in these 3 years. If we take Kazumi-sama's parents into account, it's no surprise that things haven't gone as well as they could. Perhaps, if I got rid of Kazumi-san's parents, everything would be fixed. But if Badler-san doesn't hate Rudolph-sama anymore, then someday, surely he'll come back. He'll have grown so much. My resolve will not waver anymore. For some nights these past 3 years, I felt sad and resentful. But now, it feels as though those 3 years were something I needed. After all, the seeds of love, the faint feelings I once had for you, had budded powerfully, waiting for the day that we'll be reunited. Yeah, it's... Love is always nurtured by putting some distance between the two lovers for a really long time. We love storylines of, wait for me, I'm not ready for you. Everybody loves that kind of romance story. This is how honest my feelings for you are now. Okay, 3 years have passed. I'm ready for Badler to come back now. I understand now. I love you. I want to see you again as soon as I can. Until that time, I'll keep that bud of love warm and growing for you. I won't doubt the coming of that day anymore. Just as I think of you, under the same sky, I believe that you are thinking of me. I'm sure this news about him is a sign that God is cheering me on. So, I ask God one more time, inside my heart. Since my feelings for Badler-san have not wavered for a day these past 3 years, let me know that he feels the same way. I know that asking for that is a sin. Is it? However, now that we've reached the 3-year turning point, I want some gift from God, any gift, to show that I have not waited in vain. That is what I prayed. Oh, that's right. It's been so long since Badler-kun saw you all, right? I thought you might be feeling lonely, so I told him to write you letters. Here they are. Huh? Did God really hear my prayers? I felt as though my heart was going to leap out of my chest. A letter from Badler? Awesome! What did he write? Did he say anything about how he's been doing lately? I can't wait to read it. Hideya-sama pulled a brown envelope out of her bag and handed it to George-sama. Just one. When George-sama opened it, several folded letters came out. Why that face, Harmless? This is good. She's getting a letter from Badler. Looks like this one's addressed to me. They all have different names on them. Here, this one's yours, Jessica-chan. Thanks! And this one's for Maria-chan. Can she read yet? I'll read to her later. Thank you. There's even one for Anjay-chan. No, of course she can't read. I'll give it to her when she does learn. He says he's doing great and having a blast. Good for him. The fucking pregnant pause. Is that all of them? Yup. Looks like that's all of them. Thanks a lot. George-sama handed me the empty envelope. Here, Shannon, you can throw this away. Apparently, he thanked me because he thought I was offering to throw it away for him. Holy shit! And clearly there was nothing inside it. There was no letter for me. The more I read, the more fun it looks like Balor. This almost feels like he's doing it on purpose. Living every day to the fullest. That's what it looks like in mine too. If he's happy, then I guess that's what counts. That's so mean of Badler-kun. It sounds like he forgot about us until you told him to write those letters, Kiria-san. Well, you know what he's like. It sounds like he was living life to the fullest. And I hear he is possible with the ladies at school too. Wow! That's incredible! There should be plenty of girls who like those hilarious melodramatic lines of his. Makes sense to me. I wonder if he really does plan not to return to Yoshinomiya family. It looks like it. In mine, it says he doesn't think he'll return to Rokkenjima again. I knew that all of these letters were trials from God. The fact that there was no letter for me. And the fact that he was enjoying life and had forgotten about Rokkenjima. Were just more trials. God is testing me. I mean, I think now we know why Badler did not show up to the funeral. He did not want to be here in this part of the story. The fact that there was no letter for me alone is proof of that. That's what I want to think. But now it's just too much. It might have been an important promise to you, but it looks like it wasn't for Badler. No way. Then that promise about him coming for you was... I was a dreamer. It was just an illusion I created. To Badler, they were just probably meaningless words to make him sound cool. To anyone but her, it would have been such a funny story to hear. That promise with Badler might have been an illusion the whole time. In the first place, we don't know if they both felt the same way about each other at all. Love is an illusion. However, if both sides are seeing the same illusion, that love becomes true. However, when the feelings of each side are different, and it's nothing more than a joke. This is Badler's sin. Making Shannon think that it was a promise. Wrong. Huh? It's that he didn't even remember. If he simply broke his promise, I could have taken him to task for it. I could have regretted my mistake, or I could have won him back. However, you can't question someone about something they don't even remember. I am unable to hate Badler-san. After all, Badler-san didn't even break his promise. There just wasn't any promise to start with. It was nothing more than a sad joke. I kept on crying and crying. I dug my fingernails into my pillow, soaking it with my tears. How much easier would it be to hate something? I can't hate anything. I just couldn't get over my miserable arrogance, which had led me to believe for 3 whole years that he'd felt the same as I did. I am to blame for this. My irresponsible words led you to believe that Badler made a promise. No, this isn't anyone's fault. It's all because I assumed that he felt the same way I did. Badler made no promise, and yet his feelings were surely sincere. Though there might have been a difference in degree when compared to yours. It is true that he liked you. Of that, there can be no doubt. Please, just stop it. Believe that he liked me the way I liked him, without ever doubting that. Please, don't try to cheer me up. I'd rather that you mocked me. Before I knew it, a dull, inescapable pain had pierced my chest. When I pressed my hand against my chest, I realized what that pain was. It was the bud of love, whose seeds I had sown and nurtured in my heart. Its root had spread all the way across my chest, tormenting me like a metal wire wrapped around my heart. They looked less like roots, and more like fissures running through my heart. I can only hold back the pain by tearing out the root of love. But no matter how much I scratch at it, I'm only scratching at my chest. The root of love doesn't move at all. If I started hating Badler-san, without any lingering interest or regrets, I'd be able to pull this root out easily. Once I did, it would probably leave a hole behind, but at least it wouldn't hurt me anymore. But I can't pull it out. Even though it hurts so much, those roots of love are still stuck in my heart. Shannon, even now, I love Badler-san. I want to see him. I want him to come back. I believe he will come back someday, and I want to wait for him. But right now it's just too much. As I sobbed, the tightness in my chest grew even stronger. As long as I like Badler-san, that pain will always continue. Because I like him, I want to hold on to that pain forever. But it was written right there in the letters for George-sama and the others. Badler doesn't plan on returning to the Yoshinomiya family. He's forgotten about me and Rokkenjima, and I start a new life with a different name. I must wait for him for all eternity, despite how painful, aching, excruciating this is. Is this another trial? Is God telling me to wait for him forever? I can't do that. I want to be with Battler-san. But if this is the trial that I must go through for that, then it's just too painful. Beatrice hung her head in shame. If she hadn't encouraged Shannon so much, it probably wouldn't have been this painful. Shannon may have been the one to sow the seed of love in her heart. However, Beatrice had irresponsibly watered it and told Shannon not to give up. Beatrice scratched at her chest, trying to share Shannon's pain. This is my fault, Beatrice mumbled to herself. What's your fault? For 3 years, I torture you with the illusion of a promise that never happens. If I had not nourished the bud of love within you, you would not have suffered so. Shannon, this may sound harsh, but listen. What is it? Forget Battler. There was no bud of love in the first place. No, I'm the one who nourished it. No matter how painful it is, I can't forget it. But you cannot bear that pain any longer, can you? Wordlessly, Shannon held her chest and hung her head. I love Battler. That feeling burns inside me, so that I still cannot let it go no matter how much it hurts. And I've spent 3 years pretending that I didn't feel that pain. Now I know that I feel it. And since I know, I can't bear it. So, you cannot throw away your bud of love for Battler? Yes. However, at this rate, the bud, the root, will kill you. People need a universe to survive. And one person cannot create that universe alone. 2 are needed. A universe. Together with Battler, you created the universe of that bud of love. Now that one half of that pair is gone, your universe has crumbled. People cannot complete a universe on their own. However, Battler-san, the other person who creates my universe, won't come back. Then, you must create a new universe with someone else. You mean, create one with someone other than Battler-san? I will give you such a person. Which person? A creature to bury the pain in your heart and heal you. He will not betray you. Yes, let it be a sibling. I will give you a little brother. A little brother. A boy you have always been close to at the Fukuin house, whom you love as if he were your real brother. That I shall give to you. Together with him, you will create a new universe. Will that little brother make me forget about the pain of my love for Battler-san? Correct. You need a universe. Then, what will happen to the bud of love in my heart? My feelings for Battler-san won't change. I can't make them wither. I shall accept that bud and those roots in your place. You will? You can forget the pain of love and create a new universe. I will accept the bud of love in your place. It means that I will accept the pain as well. But I will learn of the single element I do not possess, love. Beatrice wanted to know love. She wanted to feel what Shannon had felt in the world of humans. And if Badler ever does return, if the bud still has not withered and you still desire it, I shall return it to you. What do you think of that? Still hanging her head, Shannon gave a small nod, but said nothing. It would mean release from this unbearable pain. And it would mean giving the bud of love to the witch, to hold in her place. Shannon spread the hands that she had held to her chest. As she did, a faint light popped out of her chest and floated in the air, gradually swallowing everything with its brightness. As the brilliant light began to fade away, Shannon and Beatrice, still facing each other, were now inside a vast, starry sphere, like a planetarium. They were the only ones in this pitch-black starry sea. Shannon felt as though she'd seen this place once before, but she couldn't remember. Then I made another announcement. Modify these worlds. Let the bud of love travel from Shannon to Beatrice. This way, Shannon won't be tormented by the bud of love anymore. And furthermore, she will be given a little brother, with whom she can create a new universe. The design for the little brother will be a younger boy at the Fukuin house, with whom Shannon was close. For a name, let there be the On character, as the Fukuin house rule states. Yeah, I've decided. That's the perfect name to go with Shannon's. He'll be a quiet, reticent boy. He'll come to Rokkenjima as a new servant. Can he be a little epic? Yes, he can be a little epic. There, he'll open his heart to Shannon. As a duty-minded boy who loves Shannon like a big sister, he'll always be there for her. Let's have him be a special servant like Genji, who is permitted to serve Ginso directly. Yeah. That sounds kinda cool. That sounds kinda cool, she said. That sounds kind of epic. I'm getting into this character of mine. Then, Beatrice. From now on, you will carry the bud of love. In other words, the role of being infatuated with Badler and waiting for his return will go to you. While you are still the witch who reigns over Rokkenjima's knights, you now have some pathos. You have also been waiting for Ushinomiya Badler ever since that day 3 years ago. Along with this change in setting, I'll give you a new form as well. He did tell us what his ideal woman would look like once, remember? Not on this episode, he said it in the previous one. A woman with a good figure and long golden hair, like a foreign model. Golden hair. Long hair. A good figure. Yeah. Something like that. That's what the new Beatrice will look like. Come now. Hold that bud of love in your heart as you wait for Badler. This way, you will learn of love, in exchange for earning pain. Yes, this will be the setting for my new worlds. For Shannon, a new servant like a little brother will come. He will be a silent, reticent boy. A duty-minded kid who loves Shannon as a sister. And the bud of love that has tortured Shannon will go to the witch, Beatrice. She will just be holding onto the bud of love for the time being. However, while she holds onto it, she will be a mating in love with Battler. For that time, you will be able to learn what love is. Come, let the world be modified. Oh, I am one, yet many. Awaken us, and stretch your wings in this new world. We haven't seen the theater in a while. The I am one yet many line made me remember the theater. Slowly, I opened my eyes to the gentle rays of the morning sun. How long has it been since I last saw such a pleasant morning? The face in my mirror is tear-stained and pathetic. However, my heart is as clear as the morning sun. I could still clearly remember that strange dream. However, I can feel myself forgetting it rapidly. The place I was in my dreams had been such a strange place. A peaceful, calm place. There, I had left behind the pain I had carried on my chest until yesterday. So this morning, my heart was at peace. Good morning, me. My tear-stained face really is pathetic. However, my expression is bright and cheery. Even now, I like Badler-san, but for some reason, I've calmed down. It feels like I put something precious safely away in the place it belongs. Badler-san, when will you come back, I wonder? When you do, I'd like to talk about mystery novels again. Oh, I almost forgot. A new boy servant will be coming today, right? One of the rare servants who will serve the master directly. What kind of kid will he be? I hope we get along well. What was his name again? I'm pretty sure it was... What was his name? Does anybody in chat know? Because I don't remember. I don't know who she's talking about. It could be anybody. George Tanaka. That's right. It's George Tanaka. So freaking true. One year later. Men in work clothes were spreading a tarp over a section of the hall. The famous character Yoshi. From the day they measured the wall and set out tools, it could be seen that they were planning some sort of construction projects. By the way, this is literally 1984. This is of the utmost importance to the master. Be sure that you do not damage it. The president of the construction company nodded his head several times to show that he understood. Then, 6 young workers carrying a large rectangular object wrapped in a white sheet. One of your friends was just born this year. Which year? Like this year? Like 2026? How are you friends with them if they're just born? Or do you mean 1984? Okay, careful there. Set her down gently. I said gently. They were just born. Is this the spot? Great, let's get started. Apparently, they were putting something large onto the wall of the hall. Hint, I was not born in 1984. He plans to hang that thing there? That's what he wants. After all, this mansion is little more than one of Father's toys. And we need to make honor to this guy who's about to die in like a year, so... See, the cool thing about the last 3 years of waiting is that a lot of stuff happens. So Shannon got a lot of distractions, you know? The portrait was put, Kinso dies, Canon arrives. George starts hitting on her. It's a whole lot of stuff to think about that is not Battler. You're going to become an aunt this year? Congratulations! I've been an aunt for a few years myself. It's... Actually, I don't know how to finish that sentence. It's something. Natsui took a deep breath. Though this was a whim of Kinso's. A man she greatly respected. She seemed to resist the idea of hanging it right here in the entrance hall. The face of the mansion. I mean, it sure is. Oh shit! When the white sheet was pulled off, a Western woman wearing a beautiful dress came into view. Shannon looks at it and goes, "Wait a second, that's my fucking Sona! You stole my Sona, Kinso! Motherfucker!" It was a massive portrait of a woman. That's my character. Is it proceeding well? Yes. They will be finished by this evening. I would like to see it hanging there for all to see as soon as possible. Yeah. I want you overseeing this, my friends. Leave it to me. Father. It seems a splendid portrait. Indeed. Quite exceptional quality. I'm satisfied. This is your benefactor, the one who gave you the gold, right? Indeed. If I had not met Beatrice, I would not be here. Nor would you Shinomiya family. Nor would, of course, this mansion. Holy shit, Kinso spoke to Natsuhi for the first time, and it's actually a real scene? Good for you, Natsuhi. It's only natural that her portrait be displayed in the best possible location. Now that he had said it this bluntly, there would be no contradicting him. Rouse and Natsuhi could only shrug. She won't stop winning. Master, the epitaph plate is here. Would you please check to see that all is in order? No, there's other scenes, but this is the first one where he see him talking to Natsuhi, I think. Indeed. Each and every word must be correct. Epitaph? Rouse and Natsuhi crooked their heads and followed Ginza. And yeah, straight up false because we saw that whole flashback centered around him. So there's that too. The leader of the workers set down a plate wrapped in a sheet. The others thought that the picture's name and description might be on it. This might be the first scene where we see him interacting with his family, though. and he's actually alive. At least I can't think of another scene where it happens. The others thought that the picture's name and description might be on it, but it seemed to have quite a lot of words for that. Father, what is this? Behold, the sweet fish river running through my hometown. Read and interpret it as you like. Read it and weep. Between her, Kraus, and Kinso. Okay, there's one. Oh, and when the baby's dead, you're right. Well, I should say, this is the first time where Natsuki is speaking to Kinso, not the other way around. And Kinso is actually replying to her. And specifically replying in regards to what she asked. She's not changing the subject or telling her to shut up or just plain ignoring her. They're having an actual conversation. So, we finally reach the appearance of the epitaph and the portraits. I don't know much about this epitaph. It doesn't exist in my worlds. Probably not. In your worlds, there's already a clear successor, you. But not in this world. In other words, this epitaph was set up to choose grandfather's successor after all. Most likely. Or, he might have wanted to believe the chance of a miracle. A difficult riddle, made so that no one would be able to solve it. If someone actually could solve it, they themselves would be a miracle. Perhaps that miracle would guide that person, Kinso, most wanted to solve it. In short, this epitaph really does depict the ceremony to revive the witch, Beatrice, just as everyone thought. That does seem to be the obvious interpretation. A mysterious ceremony, sacrificing 13 people to revive the witch. However, the true ceremony wasn't that. And then Shannon goes Goodwill Hunting. It lies in wait for someone to miraculously solve it. That is the true ceremony. However, fate does have its irony. Genji already knew. Maybe Kinso set this up in the first place because he guessed that Genji knew everything. Was that fate a coincidence? Or something planned? I do not know. However, with this epitaph, the witch Beatrice will revive in the truest sense. Chapter 8. Journey to the Golden Land. And here we're gonna stop. No, I'm kidding. Fuck no, we're not stopping here. Hell no, I wanted to make it to this chapter so bad. You have no idea. It's the fucking Golden Lands. We can't not read this right now. Oh, and here's her new form. This is Beatrice Form 3. Phase 3. Third evolution. This is Beatrice. My soul was captured by the woman shown in that massive portrait. That might have been literally true. or rather than captured. Perhaps it would be better to say that my soul had returned to a more fitting place, the place it belongs. The beautiful blonde hair was the same as mine, but tied up. The dress she wore was a deep black, making that golden hair stand out all the more. This is the witch, Beatrice, my true form. What is this? There was a plate with too many words for it to be the title of the picture. Behold the sweet fish river running through my beloved hometown. You who seek the golden land, follow its path downstream in search of the key. The golden lands. I see. So my worlds, is the golden lands. I have always called my own personal world a paradise, but tonight I shall change that. From now on, my world shall be the golden lands. I am the master of the golden lands, Beatrice. And then there is the brutal ceremony of the sacrifices, starting on the first twilights. On the ninth twilights, the witch shall revive, and none shall be left alive. If I carry out the ceremony, will I revive in the truest sense? Then, on the 10th twilight, at journey's end, you shall attain to the power of the Golden Land's treasures, once and for the last time. The witch shall praise the wise and bestow 4 treasures. One shall be all the gold from the Golden Lands. Kinzo received a massive amount of gold from Beatrice, and rumor has it that it still lies hidden somewhere. Is this, as the family members and servants are all whispering, a code showing the location of Kinzo's hidden golds? Nah. If a human solves this, they will obtain a great quantity of gold. However, if I do, it will mean my own resurrection. Kinzo, you aging magician. Just when I was mocking the shortness of the time left to you, you start a game like this. How interesting. I'll definitely solve it. Then I will revive as the real Beatrice. When that happens, I will use my great magical power to rule over object and man, day and night, in all of Rokkenjima. Oh shit, it's Skoda! Everyone says the epitaph is the guide to finding hidden treasure. The rumors tell that the master has 10 tons of gold hidden away. And it's fucking canon! Oh my god, it's an all-star lineup. Yes, and Beatrice supposedly gave it to him. I've heard that one too. 10 tons of gold. That would be incredible. I can hardly even imagine it. If you had all that, what would you use it for? I'd like to touch it. Just once. Forget touching it. I'd like to spend it all. But why would he go out of his way to display this epitaph? This code's showing the hiding place of the golds. That's obvious. He's laughing at everyone, since he thinks no one can solve it. It's a challenge to the rest of us, isn't it? He wants to know if there is anyone here wise enough to solve it. Oh no, frames were dropping! Fuck! Seems stale now. No, it's over. It seems that the master doesn't intend to let Kralsama take the headship easily. Perhaps the one who solved this will become his successor? Kenji-san, what is this? Could this be a portrait of Beatrice? The Beatrice? Correct. This is Beatrice-sama. What on earth? There's a strange little poem-like thing over there. What's this all about? It's almost like a pirate code that shows the way to hidden treasure. Kenji-san, what does this mean? The master said to read and interpret it as you wish. That the riddle applies equally to all who can see the epitaph. You said riddle just now, didn't you? That means this can be solved. Yes, that's it. Father doesn't want Nissan to succeed in. So whoever solves this will become the successor. Finally. The tables have finally turned. And I now have a real chance to become the head. What do you think, Kiria? I think it's extremely likely that this epitaph points to the location of the hidden gold. It looks like Aniki thinks the one who solves it will be chosen as a successor. That's another theory that might fit. Father certainly doesn't view Krasnisan as an ideal successor. This might be a huge trick he's set up now that he's reaching the end of his year. So if you really solve this riddle, you stand to gain 10 sons of gold in the position of successor. On the surface, perhaps. However, I'm sensing some malice, as though he doesn't think anyone capable of solving it. I thought he made it to be solved easily. True. Guess we won't have any trouble looking for something to do over a drink for a while now. Ridiculous. How could anyone solve this? Rosa tossed aside a notepad with the epitaph written on it and flopped over onto the sofa. Solving this means 10 tons of gold. Without much, I'd never need to worry about schemes for cash again. If I had money, I could pay off my debts. That man might come back to me. I know where Father's beloved hometown is. In that Sweet Fish River. There are many rivers there. What's the village supposed to be? I don't have a clue. Oh, what's wrong, Mama? Maria looked concerned. Kids are really good at riddles, so maybe... Hey, Maria. Do you think you know the answer to this riddle? Maria gazed at the paper with the epitaph on it as though she was trying to bore through it with her eyes. Her eyes opened wider and wider. What do you think, Maria? I guess it might be a bit too hard for you. This is a witch's ceremony. Resurrection ceremony for battle. Where'd you get this? Hey, Mama, where'd you get this? I'm gonna ask Battle. I'm sure this ceremony will let Battle regain her full power. She'll be able to reappear in front of everyone and do miracles of magic, without having to worry about the anti-magic toxin anymore. Well, okay, we skipped a little bit ahead, I guess. Maria and Battle have already met, which means Battle has already made at least one public appearance. In a sense. And the epitaph? It seems the family members are all competing to solve the riddle. Good. Let everyone try, and none will solve it, except for the one blessed by a miracle. If I let my guard down, even I might forget the process. That is how difficult it is. Because it is difficult, solving it will bring about a miracle. Precisely. This miracle shall be the last one I desire in my life. My final bit of magic. When a miracle comes and allows one to solve that complicated epitaph, it will surely mean Beatrice's resurrection. Oh, Beatrice, I just want to see your face one more time. I don't need wealth or honor anymore. If I could only meet you one more time. This would be the last bit of magic that Ginso, who realized he was facing his last years. A year, whatever use. He was betting everything that Beatrice had given him, hoping to meet her just one more time, after being separated by death through 2 generations. His meeting with Beatrice that day had been the true beginning of his life. And even with them gone, Ginso had remained there alone on the stage that had gone dark. The aged monarch had obtained everything, accomplished everything. But this was the one element that had always slipped through his fingers, no matter how much he struggled. If he could just have that element, he would need nothing else in life. In the end, perhaps his whole life was just a journey to learn that one single element makes up all that it means to be human. My friends, will my life's final bit of magic show me a miracle? For a while, Genji was silent. He wasn't at a loss for words or struggling to find an answer. During that silence, something had passed between the two men, who had known each other for so long that their friendship surpassed that of master and servant. No, that will do. No one will solve it. That's why a miracle will occur. Master, please, tell me one thing. What is it? If I ask you, if a miracle does occur, It may have been different during his youth, but in his old age, Genji rarely spoke of dreams and what-ifs. When Genji said if, Ginso quietly waited for the words of the man he called a friend. If a miracle does occur, if your magic comes true, and Beatrice-sama does revive, what will you do? As the one closest to Ginso, Genji obviously knew of the crazed feelings with which Ginso had searched for Beatrice in the past. And yet, Genji was asking what Ginso would do if Beatrice did revive. Master, at one time in the past, you experienced the miracle of Beatrice-sama being reborn. If that miracle happened again, what would you do? My friend, so, after all, you do blame me. I have no way of knowing everything in your heart and Beatrice-sama's. However, I believe I do understand at least parts of the way in which Beatrice-sama adored you. I lament the fact. You may not believe it, but as I have aged, I have come to regret all of it. If a miracle does occur, and Beatrice revives, then, of course, I do not care if she knows nothing of the time she spent with me in the past. No, as long as she is Beatrice, I don't care who it is. I just want to apologize. Is that truly how you feel? Yes, my friends. I regret it. How deeply I regret those mistakes I made in youth. You have aged as well. You must know. One cannot feel guilt for the sins of their youth when one is still young. However, like deep thorns, they began to fester, torturing me. I, Ushinomiya Ginso, no longer care how I die. However, this thorn, this regret, is the one account I must settle. I will return everything to Beatrice. And I will ask her to forgive me for my sins. For that is my only and final wish. Oh, oh, oh. Kinso covered his eyes in sobs. The aged monarch, who had built up great wealth in a single generation, was reaching the end of his life. And he could do nothing but sob because he wanted someone to apologize to. Wasn't the epitaph a trial grandfather made to choose a successor? I thought that too at first, but it looks like the situation's a bit different. At this point in time, I also thought it was a trial. That it was a game for selecting the successor, which Ushiromi Yakinso decided upon a whim. And what it wasn't? This epitaph meant something for Ushiromi Yakinso and Ronao Genji that only the two of them could understand. So, this was not the workings of fate. It was inevitable. I was no more than a Cinderella, with the pumpkin carriage and glass slippers all prepared beforehand. I get it. So, this was a farce that Kinso and Genji set up. Kinso did understand, and Genji realized that this was a message. I don't have a clue what you mean. What did grandfather understand? And what does Genji-san have to do with this epitaph? The epitaph wasn't solved. Someone was made to solve it. And then, Beatrice truly revived. If that revival had never happened, then 1986 would still have come. But the incident might have been completely different. And so, since the time of my birth, I have been trapped by the crossroads of fate, never given the right to make any decisions of my own will. I'm like Cain. If only I had my Raziel to save me from this fate. Oh, I am one yet many. And yet, we have never been able to resist fate. We are little more than leaves caught in a whirlwind. No matter how we dance, we must eventually be sucked in and disappear. Yap's the one who specializes in instant movement. She's the 33rd in rank of the Great Demons. You must really be incredible to have a friend like that, Beato. Oh. I see. The Great Demon Gap. Very well, my friends. You will now be Gap. You may call yourself by that name, and you only had to wait like 5 years. Oh, wonderful. So you've finally given me a name. It's a relief after being nameless so long. In that case, I would be honored to receive a name as well. Being nothing more than the head furniture lacks flavor, does it not? Maria. I need a name for this guy too. He is also a great demon and serves as my butler. He is a subordinate whom I can trust. Oh. Ronald, I guess. The 27th ranked of the Great Demons. It said he'd give you reliable underlings. My, what a coincidence. The family name of my double, Genji, is Renault. Oh, that truly is a coincidence. I see. It seems this is the best possible name for you. Very well. You shall now be known as Renault. Oh, how pleasant it is to be called by one's name. I thank you for this wonderful name, Lady Maria. What? That's right. Just as a form can be a vessel, a name can be a powerful vessel too. For unknown creatures of the other worlds, simply gaining a name can greatly increase their magical power. How pleasant it is to be called by one's name. A name can be a powerful vessel. That's why names are important. Oh, so true. True, names are important and wonderful. Right, Leah? You can call me Gap now, okay? Gap! A splendid name. I will remember it. And I'll ask you to stop shortening my precious name. So, you're Virgilia, the one who guides travelers to Beatrice? That is also a splendid name. Perfect for Milady's teacher. Yes, I do like it a lot. A name is a life. A name is a life. Maria, thanks to you, my friends have found names. I am deeply grateful. Oh! Now it's your turn, Battle. Drop pictures of my bunny friends. Oh shit! Like you did for Saktaro. Very well. Lend me that grimoire. What do you... Bato's drawings are really great. I can't wait to see. What'll it be like? What'll it be like? I can't wait to see the bunnies. Oh! They were in a forest band, were they not? A band. A band. Yes. Something like... All of a sudden, Maria was no longer a little girl who did nothing but follow her mother around, laughing or crying. Though she is still young, she already has a powerful self-image, and possesses enough knowledge of the magical world to surprise even me. Together, we call ourselves Maria Sorcier and made each other's magical worlds deeper and richer. So, a name can become a powerful vessel. How profound. It's very important to have a form for a vessel, but a name is just as important. Indeed. Those with names leave a greater impression than those without. It's not just about forms and names. By knowing more and more about them, you can make them exist much more strongly. So, I'll think up lots of stuff for you. Did you do this for Saktaro as well? Yep. Saktaro isn't just a name. There's a lot more to him than that. He's a lion cub, correct? Saktaro's a Vegeta lion, so he doesn't eat meat. But everyone else thinks he does, and they're scared of him. But Saktaro's also a scaredy cat, so he's just as scared as the others. Saktaro's such a coward. What do you... I don't eat meat. I'm not a scary lion. Oh, look. A flesh-eating sparrow. Flap, flap, flap. What do you... Sparrows are scary. Whoosh. Sparrows don't eat meat. Saktaro's a coward, so he thinks they do. Did the sparrow go away? What are you... You're such a scaredy cat, Saktaro. If you keep this up, Sasuke and Sakichi will start making fun of you again, right? What do you... I'm not a scary cat. Ah, the sparrow's back. Flap, flap, flap. No, I'll be eaten. Whoosh. Saktaro is quite entertaining. Then, are Sasuke and Sakichi his siblings? Yep. They're his little brothers, waiting for him at home. Sasuke's a lot more reliable than Saktaro, and Sakichi's so skillful he can do anything. But they're all really good friends. They all play together on my bed. Your bed must be covered with lions. Yep. So I call my bed Lionland. But there's lots of other animals too. Oh. Lionland, is it? It sounds like fun. By interacting together, all of Maria's friends can reinforce their own existence. It's a magnificent world. I guess that means we should work on deepening our relationships as well. By strengthening our bonds, our existence and magical power will grow stronger and stronger. Let's expand our world more and more. From what I've heard, Maria's world has far more than just Saktaro and the bunnies. We can't let her beat us. My. In that case, shall we find more minions for ourselves? It's no fun with just the cold butterflies. After all, they cannot speak. I like some chatty minions who can talk, jump around, and fight with each other. The 3 Nintendo verbs. True, and of course, it'll be better to spice things up around here. Here in Mario Sorcier, we have learned how to expand our worlds and create new minions. By now, you may create new minions as often as your imagination allows. Milady, what about those? Will you make bezels of those dark tools you found when cleaning out Goldsmith's storage room? Oh, perfect! Minions created from dark-looking bezels like that will surely be fitting for me. There will be more and more of us, and it will get very lively here. Oh! We'll get more and more new friends. That's my magic. And Beato can take my friends and give them a form. He can make them grow. You create them, and I grow them. Indeed. That's Mario Sorcier for you. Still, bunny ears are pretty hard. It might take some time before the bunnies manifest themselves. Be sure you make them cute. But of course. This is good I get to show my skill. Create a creature, give it a name, give it a form. Doing that is no different from giving birth to new life. When a human gives birth to a child, they give it a form, give it a name to identify it by, and deepen its character by erasing it in the world. Mario Sorcier is doing exactly the same thing. In our worlds, we can create whatever creatures we think of, give them forms, give them names, and make them friends we can interact with. We're engrossed with our game in this world called Mario Sorcier. At least, Maria was engrossed. She would badger me to play this game every time she came. And of course, I was too. However, when Maria started happily writing something and I just sat there for a while, I must admit that I sighed and looked up at the sky, making sure she didn't notice. I remembered the horrors. It's fun to increase the numbers of our minions. They make things slightly, so I do not tire of it. I may have tired of my minions alone, but even that problem goes away when I can interact with Marias as well. It takes 2 people to create a universe. I now have that second person, so I am satisfied. And yet, I think I am satisfied. And yet, one little part of me is not. It truly is a tiny part. After all, it's so much fun playing with Maria that time seems to fly on by. But even so, when I look up at the sky, during those short moments, I feel an empty feeling I can't describe. I know, my universe is not complete. My apologies to Maria, but she's not the second person I want to create a universe with. No matter how much I nurture my world for her, the root of love in my heart leave gaps. And not the good kind of gaps. 4 years have already passed since that day. He left saying he'd come for me riding a white horse. And I was the only one without a letter. And he even said that he probably wouldn't be returning to Rokkenjima. Is this love? I always believed that love was so much sweeter, so much more intoxicating. But now, I don't know anymore. Though I long for him so much it's maddening. I can sometimes feel hatred underneath. However, even that hatred is wrapped in adoration. The roots of love have remained in the corners of my heart all this time. At some point, I gave up hoping that Badler would return. However, the roots of love stayed right where they were. In other words, even 4 years later, I still believe he will come back someday. The flower of my love has curled up and withered as though against the winter colds. However, the root is still alive, the soul still burns, and it is always, always waiting for him to return. Waiting for a chance to bloom beautifully again. I'm grateful to Maria. Maria Sorcier has eased the burden of my heart so much. If we hadn't met like this, I might have withered away along with that root. Even this incomplete universe is necessary for me to remain alive now. I must live on until I can create my complete universe. Until that day, I will not be complete. Though I have a form and a name, no matter how deep my world grows, I will not be complete. I am not complete. Beato? I accidentally muttered what I had been thinking. Maria stopped talking to Sakutaro. I regretted that my slip of the tongue had ruined this fun time, but there was a long silence before I could smooth it over. I laughed, but it probably sounded hollow. Maria, not knowing why my face had suddenly changed like this, looked taken aback. Though my minions will each deepen this world in their own existence, becoming full, I alone will never be complete. I know why I will not be complete. It's because you don't have enough magical power, Maria answered instantly. Beatrice has lost her magical power and is unable to regain the strength she once had. That's how the story goes. So, Maria's answer was correct. That's right. I may be incomplete because I have lost my magical power. In that case, If my power becomes complete, and I revive in the truest sense, will my world become complete as well? Does that mean that the person I want to nourish a universe with will come back? If, as I claim, I really was able to control miracles at will in the past with my magic, then, if I succeed in reviving, would that miracle definitely occur? If such a thing were possible, I want true magical power to use for my resurrection. That's right. It's because I do not possess enough magical power. Poor Beato. It must be pretty inconvenient with your magical power still weak. I want to get it back. Quickly. My old power. I'll guess you have to do that, then. What do you mean by that? The ceremony of resurrection. The ceremony of the portrait's epitaph. If you read that epitaph literally, it does sound like a witch's resurrection ceremony. To Maria, who believes in witches, that epitaph must be a ceremony in itself. Unlike the other family members, it seems that she's not very interested in the location of the hidden golds. If that epitaph riddle is solved, one might learn the location where Kinso hid all the gold I once gave him. That's the gold you created with magic, right? Indeed. A crystallization of the great magic I possessed in those days. In that case, if you get that gold back, your magical power will go back to normal. Perhaps. It will. Oh. It's got to be a resurrection ceremony. I'll help, so let's solve it together. Then you'll revive. And when you do, you'll take me to your golden lands. That's right. I did promise that I would take you to the golden lands. You said that all wishes are granted there. There's no black witch there, just nice mama. And I might even meet the papa I've never seen before. Of course, there won't be any school or homework or bullying friends, and we can live happily ever after. And no cops asking weird questions. Hey, Sakdala, doesn't that sound fun? Leo! The epitaph of the portraits. So, must I face the epitaph's riddle after all? If Kinso's children struggled uselessly over it, how could a complete stranger like me solve it? If I did happen to solve it, that would surely be a miracle. Will doing that bring about another miracle and return my miraculous power to me? Maybe. You never know. Behold the Switchfish River running through my beloved hometown. You who seek the Golden Land, follow its path downstream in search of the key. So, am I to travel down a river in Kinso's homeland in search of a key? As you travel down the river, you will see a village. In that village, look for the shore the two will tell you of. There sleeps the key to the Golden Lands. There may be villages if you go down a river, but what is the shore the two will tell you of? The one who obtains the key must then travel to the Golden Land in accordance with these rules. So, those who do not have the key need not read the rest. I do not understand it, but that's how this riddle is. It's practically unsolvable, so solving it would be a miracle. That much makes sense. I felt a stabbing pain in my body. The anti-magic toxin had burned my skin. Sun human is probably approaching. I erased my form. Multiple sets of footsteps approached. It was Genji, Shannon, and Kanon too. It seems everyone is engrossed with solving the epitaph riddle. Yes, I hear that even some of the servants have copied it down and taken it home with them. If you solve this riddle, will you really find 10 tons of gold? Indeed. There can be no doubt of that. I don't understand. The puzzle may be a tough one, but why is the master showing the location of his precious gold in a place where everyone can see? That is the master's magic, and also a bet. The master believes that the one who solves this difficult riddle will contain Batoricha-sama's soul within them. That's a strange bet. Magic. It looks like he's taken this occult fanaticism as far as it could possibly go. Shh! You shouldn't say that. All are allowed to try and solve the epitaph riddle. He was gonna say, all are allowed to say the master is crazy. That is your divine right. Your God-given right. Of course, the servants are no exceptions. When you try to solve it? No! I could never solve such a hard riddle. And anyway... And... Even if I had 10 tons of gold, I can't think of anything in particular I want to use it for. I'd be more than happy if these peaceful days continued forever. Looks like you and George-sama have been pretty close these days. I just hope being distracted doesn't make you even more of a klutz. That won't happen. With a backward glance at this conversation, Genji walked up to the portrait and looked up at the witch. When they saw what Genji was doing, Shannon and Kanon immediately went silent. Genji was the head of the servants, the closest in age to Kinso, and the one whom Kinso called a friend. Probably understood Kinso's heart better than anyone else. What did he think when he looked at this portrait? Neither Shannon nor Kanon could tell. Behold the sweet fish river running through my beloved hometown. Suddenly, Genji started reciting the epitaph. Shannon quickly nodded to show that she was listening, but it wasn't clear whether he was talking to her at all. Genji, his back still to them, continued. The master would not describe Odawara as his beloved hometown. I've heard that he lived far away, though we don't know where it was. Taiwan. Genji turned around and spoke that single word. Okay, guys, if you really want to solve the epitaph by yourself, you need to tune out right now, because they're gonna solve it for real this time. They're not gonna skip out any of the solution. This is the actual real solution. Not like in episode 5 where you just kind of, you know, go over it. I ain't ever solving this shit. Oh, is that so? I see. So that explains what Krasama always used to say. Remember her talking about how the master liked harika nuts? Come to think of it, Krasama said that those were a luxury item, like tobacco. It was popular in Taiwan. So that's why the master... In the half-century before the war, Taiwan was under the rule of Japan. Many Japanese had moved there, seeking a new frontier. Kinso's family was a branch family of the Ushinomiya's. Apparently, they were only distantly related to the head family, so they were able to form a new life and a new future, without being constrained by the head family in Odawara. Shannon and Kanon nodded their understanding, but they didn't know why Genji had suddenly broached this subject. Why would Genji tell us about this? So, there was a river with sweet fish in it in the master's hometown in Taiwan. And the key is there? Don't be so stupid. There has to be several rivers with sweet fish in the area. We don't know that for sure, right? He's a type H. I don't know where the master lived in Taiwan, but there might have been only one river there. If so, that must be the place. You're too optimistic. There's no way the riddle could be solved that easily. Master says this magical ceremony will gain more power if more people try to solve the riddle. You must try as well. Everyone has been given the same chance. Yes. As if we had a chance. This is pointless. Genji spun around. Shannon and Kanon hurried to follow after him. After his footsteps receded and silence returned, a gold butterfly flitted out from among the shadows. Taiwan, is it? Huh. So he lived quite far away. Behold the sweet fish river running through my beloved hometown. In other words, a sweet fish river running through Taiwan? There are many rivers in Taiwan. Kanon was right. Ridiculous. However, the word Taiwan interests me. That taciturn Genji muttered it without anyone asking. So is it even possible that it means nothing? Clearly, Genji's saying it has something to do with the epitaph riddle. It's almost as though that was a hint for solving it. Though I do find it stupid. Very well, Genji. Why don't I play along with your farce for a while? Taiwan. I have traveled the world at times during these past 1,000 years, but I know nothing of the place. To counter my ignorance, I shall need a crystallization of knowledge. That which is smoothed out and pressed into many sheets. What is called a book. Where might I find a book about Taiwan? Kinso study is the first place that comes to mind if one is looking for books. But that won't work. The charm on that room prevents me from entering. So, the library, is it? And off she goes. To the door with the tiny handle. Kinso's vast collection of books grows each year. The books that don't fit in his study are stored in a book storage room that we just usually call the library. Of course, there are countless books just in this place. The library has everything from valuable books to apparently worthless books. All packed together like an antique shop. There was a golden glint in the keyhole of the library store, and a gold butterfly flitted out. Stinky as ever, I see. Dust, molds. I see. So this is the stench of knowledge. Well now, how can I find a book on Taiwan amongst all this? The prospect is almost dizzying. However, I realized right away. Stinky as ever, I see. If I wanted to quickly find out about Taiwanese rivers, I didn't want the book on Taiwan. An atlas. There must be one of those somewhere around here. Search, my butterfly minions. Find the book I seek in this dusty, noble graveyard of knowledge. A cloud of countless gold butterflies appeared at my feet. They swayed, blew like the wind, and coiled themselves around the library. Eventually, the cloud of butterflies selected a single book. It seems that this is the one. Well done. A World Atlas, Asia volume. Perfect. It was a grand, thick, illustrated encyclopedia of maps, several volumes long. There was even a thick section on Taiwan. This should be plenty useful. Taiwan. 394 kilometers north to south, 144 kilometers east to west. An area of roughly 36,000 square kilometers. Oh, that's pretty large. By area, that's about the same size as Kyushu in Japan. This led Beato to a very natural question. Just where on this massive island did Ginso live? Genji mentioned Taiwan, but that's all. How careless I'd been. Beato had vaguely assumed that the riddle would be solved in a flash if she could just look at a map of Taiwan. However, Taiwan is no small place. Just which part of this large island did Ginso call his beloved hometown? I kept looking through books in this dusty library, sometimes having to cough. And I was not happy with being stuck in a place like this. So, the largest city is Taipei. It says here that Japanese people used to live in a spot called Taisho. So, is that where Ginso lived? No. It's too early to be sure of that without proof. I'll skip to the next part before I settle on anything more specific than just Taiwan itself. Sweetfish River running through the hometown. What's this? There are 129 rivers in Taiwan? Gah! 129 rivers! And how many of those have sweetfish swimming in them? Just thinking about it is dizzying. This was quickly becoming ridiculous. Genji must have been muttering nonsense to himself after all. I only thought he was giving out a hint about the epitaph. So, the reward for the fool blinded by gold is dust. Nice one, Genji. I tossed the book aside, used magic to turn a bookshelf into a sofa, and plopped down on top of it. For a while, I grumbled about getting tricked and looked up at the ceiling. I was annoyed, so I felt like gathering all this room's dust, packing it into a ball, and tossing it into Genji's teacup. So I glanced down at the floor. The book I had thrown away lay open on the ground. A gold butterfly was resting on that open page. Tossing a book at random and reading an oracle from that page. It happens to open to it is a kind of ritual. I see. So that page might have some sort of hint. Not entirely convinced, I picked the book up. The open page was probably very near the one I had been reading. Apparently, it was a page explaining Taiwan's geography. Oddly enough, it was a page about rivers and lakes. I already know that there are 129 rivers. Is there something else you're trying to tell me? There were 6 major rivers listed. I don't know how to pronounce that. Zhao Shui? Zhao Shui? That one way less. Kaoping River, Danjui, Dajia, Zhengguan, Dadu. Oh. Now then. Which of these rivers might have sweet fish in them? An idea came to me then. Sweet fish are freshwater fish. And you don't find ocean water in rivers. Unless it's extremely dirty or blocked by a dam. Any river might have sweet fish in it. Oh no! How foolish. All rivers have fresh water in them. What's stopping sweet fish from living in any river? Come to think of it, what a foolish name this Danshui River has. Freshwater River? What sort of river isn't a freshwater river? It would only make sense to name a river after what's in it if it were literally anything else. Danshui River flows from Taipei to the harbor town of Danshui. I see. It isn't called that because of the water in it, but because of the town at its mouth. As you travel down the river, you will see a village. In that village, look for the shore the two will tell you of. The two! I realize that this is stupid, and yet, there's something about this town. Behold the Sweetfish River running through my beloved hometown. That line should be talking about one of the 129 rivers. Sweet fish are freshwater fish. And here's this freshwater river flowing down to a town called Freshwater. It's like a strange, trivial word game. Or could it be some kind of code? I've been looking for books here so long that the dust is piling up on me. If I give up now, it will all have been a waste of time. Very well. Why don't I test my luck and see if the random page the book opened to contains an oracle? I turn to the next page, trying to search in even greater detail. To me, Sobender's riddle was like a game, one that all of the servants were engrossed in. I was just trying to be one of that group. For quite some time, I'd suffered from a lack of books I could find particularly absorbing, and I was very bored. So I took that book back with me to my own room, and looked through it every night. There's a hint for the Epitaph's riddle? In an atlas? In the third game, Eva solved the riddle after reading a book in the book archive. Then, in the fifth game, Furudo Erika looked for an atlas in that room before solving the riddle herself. And there really is some secret in a map of Taiwan. I believe that the Sweetfish River part was a code for Danshui River. Every day, I searched the surrounding geography in detail. Of course, I also looked up several small streams that might have sweetfish in them. However, that didn't get me anywhere. According to some information from a previous game, we aren't looking for an actual river. But I think it is something, That's how Eva interpreted it. So, it isn't a river? Correct. In the end, Danshui River had nothing to do with it. However, now that I think about it, it must have been an oracle after all. The river itself was unrelated, but it was still a great hint. The river was unrelated. It was still a hint. Calm down and think. Think of something that flows but isn't a river. What flows but isn't a river, chat? I need to go to the bathroom, so this is a great point for me to pause and let you think about it. A road, perhaps? So, something other than water that flows? What can you think of? Try and think outside the box. Well, I'm tired of all these puzzles. Stop being annoying and give us the answer. We're in fucking episode 7, Will. No more clues. Just give me the fucking answer. I want to go back home to my wife. I need to wrap this up quickly. I need to make dinner, Will. It's up to Epitaph, right? Probably. Something other than water that flows. Something. Methods of transportation? Like a road or a highway? See, it was a road. Nobody said that. Correct. It took me so long to realize that the Sweet Pitch River did not refer to water itself. That's That's right. There's something other than a river with the name Danshui. Something that both people and things flow up and down. Up and down? You mean... That's it. Railroads. The Danshui line. It's a railway that goes from Taipei to Danshui Harbor. It was constructed in 1901 while Taiwan was under Japanese rule. Afterwards, the number of stations continued to grow, and it became a major artery into Taipei. This railroad was used after the war as well, and is still in common use as the Danshui line of the Taipei Rapid Transit System. Its route begins at Taipei Station and continues on until the town of Danshui. Taipei and Danshui. Formerly, I have no idea how that is. I have no idea how that is read, less so in Chinese. Or is the formerly Danshui? It might be. No, that doesn't seem right. Formerly. What did the epitaph say you see if you went down the river? A village. There's only one station on Danshui line with Sato, the character for village, in its name. And it's this station. It's not even the fucking character. It's not even the fucking kanji. It's only the particle. Oh my god, that is evil. Formerly, okay. So formerly it had a different name. How do you read this? The Japanese pronounce it Kirigan. Its name was changed to Sekihai Station after the war. But when Kisa lived there, it was Kirigan Station. I remember when people told me, "Can you sew up the riddle of the epitaph?" And I'm like, I bet I can't. There's some kanji bullshit in there somehow. And guess what? There's a bunch of kanji bullshit in it. Big surprise. Not only is it kanji, it is also Chinese readings for a big part of it. As you travel down the river, you will see a village. Sato. In that village, look for the shore the two will tell you of. Sato isn't the only one. You can also see him. I have no idea what character that is. The character for sure. In the end, it took me quite a long time to work out that the station was the one referred to. It has the character for village, and the character for shore. It felt like a kid's riddle, playing with letters. The first character in Kirigan has a... how do you say mouth? Kuchi, the character for mouth. And that one I don't know. The other half of the first character means the word that's, right? Village shore, and the mouth is telling of it. I don't get what the two means. The three characters of Kirigan can be split into now, a that, a village, and a shore. Those are all words that appear in the epitaph. In that village, look for the shore. The two will tell you. You can read it as the code for the name of the station. However, I don't understand the part about the two. Yeah. I was also stuck in that part. However, by then, I was very confident that this station was what the epitaph referred to. Japanese cannot make a puzzle that doesn't involve kanji. It's their favorite thing to do. If the station was once known by a different name, then could some local spot also have had its name changed? That's right. Kirigan Station was named after a nearby location after all. And though the name of that area was also Kirigan, it's written differently. There are two mouths! It didn't take much investigation before it was clear. The epitaph must have been referring to this place called Kirigan. Then, is this where the key to the Golden Land rests? That would be the obvious answer. However, I couldn't make the long trip to Taiwan to check. And of course, the place known as Kirigan is quite large itself. Someone should play the song in drums, yeah! It'd be cool. If a tiny key was hidden somewhere there, I'd never find it. I was at a loss. But you didn't give up. I was extremely bored, Will. I had nothing else to do, so of course I didn't give up. I was certain that I had found the answer, at least to the first 5 lines of the epitaph. In my eyes, it truly was an entertaining game. No, a mystery. I almost gave up then. I had no ideas, yeah. However, there was no doubt that I had the key in my hands. Can you imagine a future where there was an arcade in Nijima and Tower of Druaga was there? That would have been her obsession for so long. Just battle trying to solve Tower of Druaga by herself. However, there was no doubt that I had the key in my hands. So I decided to travel to the Golden Land in accordance with the epitaph. On the first twilight, offer the 6 chosen by the key as sacrifices. Hang on. Okay. We can tell by this line that the key refers to 6 things. Reason makes it possible to see that this couldn't refer to a physical key. 6 things? Yes. Could Beato finish La Mulana without a guide? Perhaps. I don't know if she could beat... What do they even call it? I already forgot. The Dimensional Corridor, or the Chamber of Birth. But she might be able to solve the puzzles. Yes. 6 things. I was merely a thick-headed human. I decided to look through books for anything related to the number 6. 6. 666. The location of the key called Kirigan was hidden by a word game. That meant the 6 things were surely connected to some sort of word game too. 6, 7. Yeah. 6. 6, 6, 6. I kept searching for 6. Is there some way to split up the characters in Kirigan to get 6? A good idea. Still, no matter how much you stare at those 3 characters, you won't get an answer. The problem here is that Kirigan is just a Japanese reading of the name motherfucker. Then how do they pronounce it there? It is pronounced Ilian. Is it? When written in Roman characters, that is 6 letters long. Yeah. 6 letters. Then it is a word game after all. This is what it means by 6 chosen by the king. I get it. Talking about it like this, it sounds like a line of reasoning that can be reached in a second. No. However, it took a long time before I reached this spot. It sounds like something that you can reach by a really long process of trial and error. A dizzying number of nights passed from the time Genji uttered that single word to the time I got this far. So, what does it mean to offer these 6 letters as sacrifices? In the second twilights, we start hearing about those who remain. Reasoning opens up the possibility that the 6 letters of the key are being removed from an even larger set of letters. However, what could the 6 letters be removed from? That puzzle worried me for a long time. It's like the start of an entirely new riddle. This time, I would have to solve it all by myself, without any assistance. In a previous game, I'm pretty sure that Aunt Rosa formed some sort of theory about the first twilights. Right. That theory about the 10-day journey ending at the 10th twilight. On the 10th twilight, at journey's ends, you shall attain to the power of the Golden Land's treasures, once and for the last time. She took that section to be a literal trip that ends when you attain to, or reach, the treasures of the Golden Land. What meaning was there in those words? Realizing that there was something to be found, and in realizing what that something actually was, took another long stretch of time. By Rosa's reasoning, attain to means reaching some physical location, represented by the 4 treasures. It was a good try, but not quite right. It's not the treasures we're supposed to reach, but their power. What does it even mean to reach the power of something like that? Don't overthink it. What else can the word power mean? You reach, or rather, raise yourself to the power of the 4 treasures. Starting at twilight number 10. And this is done once, and for the last time. Oh, this one is fucking crazy. I just thought about it. Yeah, I just thought about it. It's like, oh, right. Because I know what the solution of this part is. But I don't know how you reach that answer. Because it is really fucking reaching here with the translation. It is trying so hard to make it make sense. Yep. So, it's an exponent. Like a math problem. Yeah, what else can the word power mean? When you think of power, you think of exponent. So, 10 to the 4th power? I suppose. Here, I had a home field advantage since I lived in Rokkenshima. There was a hint there that made it easier to think of a certain large number. In fact, you might say that I actually found the answer before I knew what the question was. If you keep making it so complicated, Leon's gonna get a headache. Let's get back to the points. 10 to the 4th power is 10,000. Yeah. If you reach 10,000 of the 10th twilights. How far have you gotten by the first twilight? Well, that's just 1/10 of 10,000. 1,000, right? Right. Well, that gives us a single word. It has nowhere near enough letters. And it doesn't match the key at all. However, the end of the line says, you will attain to the power once, and for the last time. If we interpret this as raising 10 to the 4th power once, and then doing the same thing one final time. So, to the 4th power again, we end up with 10 quadrillion. That's 10 quadrillion at the 10th twilight. Or quadrillion at the first twilight. And here we are. Here is the magic word. Quadrillion. And an alternate, yeah. Classic. It's all about alternate readings here. As Badler guessed in the 5th game. It has 11 letters. Or should I say, as you guessed? Strangely enough, both words begin with kill. I felt that this just had to be right. Fuck off, dude. Yeah, because a lot of people say, see, that's a clue. The clue's been there all along. Yeah, you know what? Other words have been said 1,000,000 times. I could make a list of like 10,000 words that are repeated constantly in the visual novel. Because it's a fucking novel. And there's a lot of words that repeat themselves. For example, they say the phrase in other words a quadrillion times. And that's not a clue for anything. Leon took a notepad from a pocket and spelled out quadrillion in Killian. The two words even look similar at a glance. Anyways, have you made the final connections here? Because this isn't the end. There's something else here. That's right. It's true that the 6 letters chosen by the key are right there inside quadrillion. So, what happens if we take them out? What happens? Oh, Otterlow. Right, of course. We're left with 5 meaningless letters. However, the important thing is the number 5. After all, in the next part of the epitaph, the word kill appears 5 times. And then, on the ninth twilight, none shall be left alive. In other words, there should be 5 letters left. On top of that, they've said quadrillion a few times. Also, remember the place where the second Beato lived? Kuwadorian. It's Kuwadorian. Yep. Just as Vander guessed in the 5th game. 2 of these letters are close to each other. The T and the R. Those must be the 2 who are close. Once you reach this spot, the riddle has been practically solved. Or, put another way, this is as far as you can go with the epitaph alone. You might be able to figure out the answer with a little more wordplay, but you won't be able to activate the device. Oh, the device, of course. That's right. Once you know this much, all that remains is to gouge and kill. You had a good idea of where the place was, even before you got this far, right? Yes. Some people suspected that the word gold was hidden there, even before the epitaph appeared. And because of the mysterious phrase that appeared there, it's only natural that I thought the place concealed some secrets. What do you mean by the place? The place with the device that opens the door to the Golden Lands. A quick-witted person should be able to figure out where the first twilight is by now. Huh? I thought the first twilight was quadrillion, not a place. It's the place where quadrillion is written. You should know it. Or did you blindly follow Kinso's orders and never go near it? I was wondering. I was like, are they gonna show us the actual puzzle? Well, they showed us the solution right now. But are they gonna show us the key being used in the place, in the device? In this chapter, or is it gonna be the next one? It's the next one. Perfect, because I wanted to finish all 9. We're not gonna finish the visual novel because I'm pretty sure there's more after we're done with the 9 chapters. But I did want to finish the 9 chapters. Because this is basically the conclusion to this part of the story. This little arc. Quadrillion. There's only one place you'll find that word on Rokenjima. Gold butterflies flitted from the shadow to shadow. There's a bit more. I don't think it's a bit more. I think it's a lot more. We'll see. Gold firelight flitted from shadow to shadow, dodging raindrops. Especially if you count the tea parties. Unless my memory is mistaken. This is probably the place. It was the chapel. I'll DM specifics. Uh-oh. Now what's this? That mysterious building, one of the oldest on Rokkenjima, which had been built at the same time as the mansion. It was called a chapel, but not once had Kinso used it for worship, and the members of the family had never been allowed inside. There were strict orders that none approach it without reason, and its purpose has always been a mystery. However, all of these mysteries got boring after several decades. At some point, everyone forgot the chapel even existed. And that splendid building passed from the thoughts of Rokkenjima's residents. Of course, this had been true for Beato as well. Beato, who hated boredom, had no desire to approach places that humans never went. Her last memory of the time she went in there, to taunt Shannon as she tried to clean. Yeah, that's how it went. There can be no doubts. That is it. Quadrillion. Beato looked up, above the door of the chapel. There was a relief displayed over an arch. English words were written there. You will be blessed only at the probability of a quadrillion to 1. So, you thought that was the probability of someone solving this riddle? This chapel was built long ago. If there is a device like the one I imagined, Kinso must have prepared that epitaph riddle many decades ago. So, this relief, is it ever mentioned before? Because I don't think so. I don't remember there ever mentioning this relief. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I thought it was only one chapter, but you know how this visual novel is. A chapter can be 5 hours long if they feel like it. It's alluded to in chapter 2. Battler has... Oh. Well, it doesn't count if they don't read the whole message. Oh, he mentioned it. Okay. Well, there's that. He must have been planning to use it as a ceremony for choosing a fitting successor all that time. However, the ceremony is now a ceremony to open the door to the Golden Lands. And to my resurrection. At the time... Oh, I see. When I snapped my fingers, the ground bulged, and the several snake-like dead trees sprouted up. I'm gonna be honest with you all. When I'm rereading this stuff, I pretty much don't care about the epitaph stuff, because I never really cared a lot about the epitaph stuff. I'm one of those stupid readers that's only in it for the themes. Well, that's not true. I wanted to solve the murders. I did solve the murders. But I didn't care about the epitaph. I'm like, whatever. They twisted around each other to form a ladder, which leaned itself against the door. Do you think I'm like a huge materialist who was like, well, why should I bother with this puzzle if the only prize is gold that I'm never getting? I'm not getting the gold, so why bother solving the puzzle? If my guess is right, there's some sort of device in that relief. I slowly climbed the ladder. because of the size of the door. The relief was very high up. This close up, it looks much bigger than it did from the grounds. Come to think of it, whenever we cleaned the chapel, this relief was the only thing that Genji always made sure he polished himself. Have we ever gotten a night scene where it isn't raining? I always wondered why he didn't leave something so trivial to young servants. Maybe... Well, yes, there's been a few night scenes where it's not raining. But night scenes where they're outside and it's not raining, that one I can't think of. I always wondered why he didn't leave something so trivial to younger servants. Yeah, night scene where it's not raining. Dumb as fuck. No, it's not true. I thought it's strange, but nothing more. The master treasured this relief, so the head servant cared for it himself. I also accepted that excuse. But now, I understand. There must be something in this relief. And Genji polishes himself to make sure that no one else accidentally found out. So, am I to sacrifice the 6 letters chosen by the key from Quadrillion? The tip of my fingers touched the key. My fingertips were soon covered with dust. However, I quickly realized that there was something strange about it. Don't tell me this letter. No. It had to be like this. There would be no other way to offer up sacrifices. Beato grabbed the letter Q, after lightly playing around with it in various ways. She pulled it out with a slight clunk. Just as I thought. Here's the Q I pulled out. And this part's the wedge. No. It's a key. The key was attached to the back of the Q. And had been stuck into a keyhole in the relief. I see. In that case, I know what to do next. Very good. This Q key is a wrong answer. Enough with you. Yeah, and even then I can't think of many night scenes that happen in flashbacks. That happen in Rokkenjima, because all the Maria flashbacks happen like in her town. Except for day scenes. Maybe the only one I can... Oh, but that one doesn't happen outside. I was gonna say the closest we get is like the scene in Jessica's flashback where she makes like the test of courage, but she never goes outside. It's definitely not raining in that one though. Beato carelessly tossed the Q key aside. This was the first sacrifice. She kept on pulling out the keys for the 6 letters, representing the key. So, A will also be sacrificed. And both eyes. And then the N at the end. Now, I only sacrificed 1 L. But unfortunately, there's 2 L's here. There were 2 L's. I didn't know which one I should sacrifice. I tried pulling both out, but the keys were of different shapes. So, 1 is the right answer, and 1 is the wrong answer. Well, There are only two. If I make a mistake, you can just try the other one. Unless messing up sets off a trap that blows up the island, of course. Thinking it a waste of time to sit here worrying, I decided on the rightmost, L, and pulled it out. 5 letters remained in the word. And now, the first twilight is over. On to the second twilight. On the second twilight, those who remain shall tear apart the 2 who are close. The D and the R are close. What does it mean to tear them apart? Do I pull them out? But if I do, there would only be 3 letters left. By this point, I was able to make a good guess as what the gouge and kill lines meant. Gouge and kill probably means to turn the keys and take them out. In that case, the parts about going from head to leg must mean starting at the left and going right. If that's the case, there must be 5 characters left on the board. In other words, tear apart doesn't mean kill. If so, then we can read tear apart to mean putting a gap between the D and the R. But how? Once again, there are 2 ways to do it. If I remove the D and move it to the left, if I remove the R and move it to the right. After pondering this for some time, I realized that both choices were wrong. No, that's not correct. I've had it wrong ever since I removed that L. A short while ago, I removed the right of the 2 L's. However, if I have removed the left one, it would look like this. If you line it up this way, it's easy to see the next step. You move the R to the right. The R gets shifted to the right. And now none are together. Yep, all of the letters are spread out evenly. This must be it. And this next part is another tough one. Praise my name. It's already clear that this is a word game. Those who remain shall praise my noble name. Just what are the remaining 5 letters supposed to do? Probably change their order to form a word. Yeah, it must be crazy. UDRLO. Okay, Scrabble players, what word can you make with these 5 letters? Lowered. I don't think that's a word. Drulo. Drolu. You Lord. Rudol! Oh my god, you're right, it's Rudol! What should be done about these 5 letters? Praise my name. How can I get stuck after coming so far? How are these 5 letters supposed to praise a name? That man's name is Ushinomiya Kinso. Is the U part of Ushinomiya? Oh, is it Lord U? That's stupid. No. Several letters don't match, and there aren't nearly enough letters to make Ushinomiya. One thing is certain. My name must refer to Kinso. Then, does the U stand for Ushinomiya after all? Wow, now that's a callback. Lord of D. Like an initial. Then what do the D, R, L, and O stand for? They can't mean Kinso. This is the part that was difficult for the Japanese crowd, for once. Because for people who speak English, oh, it's really fucking easy. The R and O stand for Rokenjin. The Master of Rokenjin. Kinso. Nearly enough letters. The riddle left me totally confused. However, there were only 5 letters left. There can't be too many possible combinations of those letters. I could use process of elimination. Thinking I'd play around with it, I pulled out the U. There were 4 letters left. D, R, L, and O. My idea that the U stood for Ushinomiya was like a heavenly oracle. When I removed the U, I thought of making a word with the remaining 4 letters. D, R, L, and O. Droll! Dorl! Those 4 letters spun around in my head, changing their orders, and latched upon a single English word that would serve to praise Kinso. It's Lord! Lord! I have absolutely no basis for it. However, it's like a flash of inspiration. I quickly changed the letters around before the flash faded from my mind. There it is. Lord U. Lordu! R-O-D. Lord. You. Ushinomiya. Lord Ushinomiya? Hunt to the 4th twilights. Gouge the head. Oh-ho! It was a key. So it wouldn't have turned if it was the wrong one. But it did turn. I managed to gouge it. I gouged the first letter, the L, with a click, then pulled it out. Next, the 5th twilight. Gouged the chest and kill. The O was gouged and pulled out easily. Then the R. Next, the D. And finally, the U. When I turned the key of the U, I could feel a resistance, as though some device had been activated. I waited for something to change, but nothing did. However, I had felt something happen. A secret door must have opened somewhere around here. Not in the chapel, because we already established there's no secret doors in the chapel. Waiting around won't accomplish anything. I've probably done everything I can here. All the letters in quadrillion had been removed. Can you imagine if, like, in episode 2, when they're trying to figure out the murders of the chapel, there was no red text that denied that there's a secret door in this place, but it had nothing to do with the mystery, and it's just there so you know that the fucking gold is there? On the 9th twilight, the witch shall revive, and none shall be left alive. So this way, the witch revived. The 10th twilight. At journey's ends, You shall attain to the power of the Golden Knight's treasures. Once and for the last time. When I stepped down up the ladder and looked around, I immediately noticed a small change. That lion statue. What are you? At some point, the lion statue in front of the chapel had turned to face a different direction. How did that work? That is a crazy contraption, actually. Did Ginso plan up this extravagant device back when he first started building on this island? I walked up to the lion statue and stared at it. Other than the fact that it was pointing a different direction, nothing had changed. In that case, is the lion looking at something in particular now? I followed its line of sight, and I saw another lion statue. And that lion statue had also changed its direction. This is a really fucking risky way to give a solution to a puzzle. What if somebody just bumps into the statues elsewhere and just finds the gold first? Oh look! I found the gold! And I didn't do anything. Interesting. So, follow the lion guidepost. As intricate as ever, I see, Ginso. Or just going on a walk, yeah. I wasn't complaining anymore. I felt a bit of respect and awe at Ginso for setting up such an intricate device, and having it go undiscovered for all these years. He did, yeah, that makes sense. There were lion statues, not Leon, lion, starting like guardian deities at the entrance and the corners of the chapel. The direction they faced had changed, pointing around to the back of the chapel. There was something there. Oh! Oh. It was no longer a surprise. This was after the contraption with the letters. After being guided by the lions. So... that would be awesome. When the gaping hole open secret passageway appeared, with stairs leading down to the darkness below, it wasn't surprising to me anymore. So, is this the entrance to the Golden Land, Ginso? Did you find it? Grandfather's gold. Yeah, it is a Resident Evil puzzle. Or a D puzzle. It took ages. Yes. It took ages and ages. But I had reached the Golden Lands. According to the previous games, there was an underground VIP room there, along with 10 tons of gold, right? Yes. After going down a rough stairway, there was a door at the end of a passage. Inside, it was beautifully furnished, a true VIP room. So, surely, the mechanism somehow opens the passage, right? The door isn't just open. Or, you know, you can't even see the passage at all. There has to be something there. Because, you know, Kraus mentioned several times that he looked all over the island and never found the thing. And was the gold all you found there? Yes. At the time, it would be a lie to say that it was not dizzy by the sight of that gold stacked high. Oh, fuck. The frames! Settle down. Oh my god, I lost a ton of frames there. Is this real? No, we're losing frames again. Oh my fucking god. It's been so bad tonight, I don't know why. Can you survive for another 20, 30 minutes, please? Or do I have to reset you again? Is this real? I lightly touched the pile of gold with my finger. It was hard and cold. I must have imagined that it would crumble like a sandcastle if I touched it. Now, there could be no doubts. This certainly was 10-ton pile of gold ingots. Considering the amount of gold I had just found, I figured I ought to be crying out in delight. I didn't really feel like laughing, but I thought it only good manners to do so in a situation like this, so I forced it out. Because of this, only a few feeble laughs slipped from my mouth. At that moment, even stronger than any delight was a feeling, as though I'd entered a place I wasn't supposed to be. I couldn't think of what I should do next, now that the Epitaph riddle had been completed. Then, I heard approaching footsteps. I forgot about this part. I'm so fucking... It's given me so many emotions. That she found the gold. And this is the only instance in the visual novel where somebody finds the gold. And Happiness of Marionette does not play. There is no fanfare to this one. Then I heard the approaching footsteps. It was coming from the stairway I had entered by. Someone was coming. Could it be Kinso? If he finds out of it in a place like this, will I get scolded harshly? I thought about hiding and forgetting this ever happened, but my legs wouldn't move. I keep standing there, stunned, in front of the pile of gold. As the footsteps drew closer and closer, the door opened, and I saw who it was. I think I know who it is. It wasn't Kinso. Yeah, I didn't think it was Kinso. I fucking know it was you. You. Did you reach this place by your power alone? No, you gave me a hint. Did you forget? It's me, dear brother. Indeed. For some time, Genji stared at Bato in silence, as though he was calculating something. Then he slowly clapped his hands together. He did it again, over and over. It took quite a long time before I realized that he was applauding me. Oh! The master has said that he will hand over the golden headship to the first person who solves the epitaph. And he believed that this person would be Beatrice. Beatrice? Me? This is fate. It is fate that brought you to this day. I didn't really understand what Genji was saying. Surely, the shock of seeing the gold still had me paralyzed. Come this way. Okay. You're right. Genji has never done this for anybody else. Genji opened the closet. Inside it was a torso, wearing a beautiful dress made of black cloth and golden stitching. When I saw it, I understood immediately. It was the witch's dress. The black dress worn by the Beatrice in the portrait. Changed into this. It is something you once wore. I've never worn a dress like this. However, I understood what Genji meant. This dress was one that Beatrice once wore. And the one who displays a miracle by solving the epitaph is Beatrice. By reaching this room, I succeeded the position of the real Beatrice. The one in the portrait. Why do I call myself Beatrice? Because the name of the Golden Witch who rules over Jirokenjima's night is Beatrice. That's right. I wasn't the real Beatrice. I was a different witch, stealing the name of the witch from Kinso's delusions. And now, I have succeeded the real Beatrice. By solving the epitaph riddle, my resurrection will be complete. I was the one who decided on that rule. However, this really was a ceremony to resurrect Beatrice. In the past, I believed that I could create my own fate with my magic. How ironic that one could control magic at will, would be guided by fate to this place. At that moment, I had no choice but to truly accept and believe in this world called fate. Word. And after I put this on, you will go to the master. Ready yourself. You know what the name of this song is called? It plays in the credits of episode 1, for those who don't remember. When they're showing you all the people that died and the big ass wall of text that you need to read at 1,000,000 miles per hour. The song is called Bring the Fate. Wait here. Okay. Master. It is Genji. After Genji knocked, the sound of the study's door unlocking could be heard. After a single glance telling me to wait, Genji entered alone. I cannot believe that this day has come. Fate can be such a strange thing. Kumasawa was with us too. I thought this dress, which didn't really suit me, would lead to a lot of jokes. But she didn't laugh at me at all. On the contrary, when she saw me, her expression had turned stern, as though a long-awaited day had finally come. My heart raced. Supposedly, anyone should have been able to solve the epitaph. There shouldn't be anything strange about me solving it. Genji and the others kept wearing serious expressions, and that, along with everything else, made this feel like some sort of grand ceremony. The suffocating silence continued. Eventually, the door opens, and Genji peeked out. Enter. Beatrice-sama. He was saying those words to me, but not to the person I had been until a short while ago. Go ahead, Beatrice-sama. Kumasawa also urged me forward with a respectful bow. Kinso was probably waiting for me inside. What expression should I wear as I go in? How should I greet him? I don't have a clue. As the two of them motioned me forward, it was all I could do to avoid tripping over my dress as I walked.
Kinso-san, she is here.
Kinso was crouched on the ground, as though kneeling before the portrait of Beatrice. At Nanjo's words, he slowly turned, still crouching.
Oh! Oh!
Kinso's eyes were already red with crying. When he saw me, he groaned with wonder.
Beatrice! Beatrice!
Had he ever forgotten how to stand up? Even, he crawled over to where I was, while calling out to me with the name of the woman he had loved long ago. I was too stunned to move. Kinso grabbed the hem of my dress, gripped it tightly, then curled up and sobbed.
Beatrice, sorry. So sorry. I knew how you felt, and yet Sorry. Please forgive me. Please forgive me.
The words weren't directed at me. However, just standing here like this was all I needed to do. Kinso's moment of atonement, the moment he had spent half of his life searching for, had finally come. A human's life is stained with sin, so humans seek forgiveness while they still live. However, in most cases, the person capable of granting such forgiveness is no longer on this earth. I was like that for Kinso too. The one he sought no longer existed in this world. Instead, that forgiveness had been woven together by a miracle. And now, Kinso had received it.
Oh, Beatrice! Beatrice! You need not forgive me. You need not say anything. I simply needed to apologize to you just once. Oh.
Kinso kept grasping the dress's hem and sobbing. The sins of humans are not forgiven from without. Forgiveness is found through regret and repentance. I want to believe that some sin, some fault of his, has been forgiven thanks to the way I look. Kinso's sobbing gradually ceased, and he slowly looked up at me and rose. He looked unsteady. Nanjo rushed forward to support him.
So, I see that you are alive. I'm glad.
This time these words weren't directed through me, but at me. I hesitated, unsure how I should respond.
I beg your forgiveness for keeping this a secret from you all this time. No matter. I do not fault you, Genji. Considering the sin that I committed, every single day until now has been necessary for my atonement. However, there can be no doubt that today's miracle is a true one. By her own power, without anyone's help, she solved the epitaph before anyone else. Well done, solving such a difficult epitaph. Thanks. Indeed, your voice resembles your mother's. Even your face reminds me of that mother and daughter. There can be no doubt that Beatrice's blood flows through your veins. Yes, the traces of the Lady of Coadorian in her youth are right there.
Does my face look like someone else's? Beatrice-sama, please forgive me for keeping this a secret, even from you. Your parents are Beatrice-sama and the Master. What? It's true. Until now, I've been raised as a child without parents. However, your true father is the Master. Your true mother is Beatrice-sama. Is that... really... Yes. You truly are a descendant of Beatrice-sama. Such a strange fate. Really possible? Dreamed about it. Dreamed about what it'd be like to be the Golden Witch, Beatrice. But that dream had been mine alone. I dreamed that if I solved the epitaph and carried out its ceremony, I would revive as the true Beatrice. So is it okay to believe it? Since I've solved it, Beatrice really has revived? I truly carry Beatrice's blood? Yes. There is no doubt of that whatsoever. It must have been hard for you to live until this day without knowing a parent's affection. And yet, look at how wonderfully you've grown. So, you all knew about me. Genji, Kumasawa, and even Nanjo nodded wordlessly. Now that I think about it, there might have been lots of hints. I've always felt as though there was something special about me. Genji, and especially Kumasawa, always treated me very kindly. Then, does that mean this day is a promised day, which would eventually have come no matter what? I don't understand anything anymore. It's all a miracle from God. A promised fate has led me to this day. Beatrice. No. Leon. I forgot about this! That is the name I wanted to give you. It is your true name. Leon. I will now return to you everything that Beatrice gave me. I return to you the golds, as well as everything of the Ushinomiya family, which was created by it. Ginso stuck out a hand that looked like a rotting tree. On his finger was a ring with the one-winged eagle crest, the symbol of the Ushinomiya family head. He pulled it off, grasped it tightly, and then held it out to me. I didn't know what to do. Slowly, as though they were being drawn forward, I held out my hands, palms up. After pressing his fist against my cupped hands, Ginso slowly opened his hands and let the ring drop. Leon, my child. All the ways your fate has been toyed with until today were caused by my sins. Please forgive me. You will now inherit my ring. You are the new Ushinomiya family head. All of that gold belongs to you. I ask that you use it as you please, and hope that it will be enough to heal some small part of the pain you have suffered. That trifling amount of gold may be nothing in comparison with the sin I committed. But even so, it should be enough to bring you some comfort. Thank you. Leon, I have one final request. What is that? Could you call me... Sorry, what did you say? Could you call me Father? I understand why you're not able to. I have not been a father to you in any way. Furthermore, you have been raised without knowing anything about a father. I realize that it's not a name you can call me by. And I realize that I have no right to ask this of you. But even with that in mind, please, if I could just hear that, I would have no further regrets. After being asked like that, could I possibly have refused? Even if I am his child, I truly cannot acknowledge him as my father. So it felt very strange to say it. And yet, I decided that saying it was the right thing to do. Only God can truly forgive sins. But, though it may be temporary, people can be saved by the forgiveness of others. Yes. Father. That awkward word made Kinso laugh. Drops of silver fell from both of his eyes. At that moment, the shadow that had covered his face was wiped away. Thank you, Leon, my child, and Beatrice as well. Thank you for this last chance to ask for forgiveness. Of course, I don't believe that I have been forgiven by this alone. I shall atone for the rest as I burn in the fires of hell. I, Ushiromiya Kinso, have no more regrets in this life. None at all. No regrets or matters left unfinished. Looking up to the heavens, Kinso spread his arms as though facing an applauding audience. Laughing at the top of his lungs. It was the final pressure, known only by those who had been released from all the regrets of this world. Kinso's laugh weakened, and when it disappeared, he dropped to his knees, like a puppet with its strings cut, and slowly fell to the ground.
Master!
Dr. Nanjo.
Yes.
Though their master had fallen, they walked up to him slowly. They already knew. Kinso's soul had already burned itself out. After checking Kinso's pulse, Nanjo shook his head and stood back up.
It was a peaceful death. I don't think he had any regrets at all.
I don't think the death was peaceful. It was a very loud death, but he probably did not have any regrets.
It may be that the master died long before now. It was only his magic and tenacity that kept him here for so long. And he finally had a chance to apologize to Beatrice for everything. And finished everything he had to do. Please, rest in peace. I believe that you have redeemed yourself.
Probably not.
Father,
I was the one night reunion between me and my father, and also our final farewell. Wow! This gold all belongs to you now. If you wish to exchange it for money, I can arrange for that.
I hear it's worth 20 billion yen. From here on, any of your dreams in this world can be granted with money. It must be enough to think of what to do with this much money.
Must be tough.
When it suddenly comes your way.
There is nothing I desire among the things money can buy. So, for the present, I would like to leave this here. Of course, I am glad I have a lot of money. However, money can't heal the pain in my heart. I just want him to come back. As you wish. Then it shall be left here. Also, take this key. What is this? It is a key to the underground VIP room. If you use this, you won't need to use that entrance contraption. She was the only one who knew the answer to the epitaph riddle, and the only key to this place was now hers. At this point, she truly was the master of this golden VIP room. You are already the master of Rokenjima. You have the right to know all of this island's secrets.
We should talk about Kuwadorian too.
It's the mansion your mother lived in. I'm sure you've heard rumors about it. Kuwadorian. There are two mansions on this island. One at either end. One is the mansion we know well. The other is a hidden mansion known as Kuwadorian. Below this island are the remains of a military base built during the war. The master used that to travel between the two ends of the islands. There is an underground path in the back of this room, and if you follow it, you will reach the basement of Kuwadorian on the other end of the islands. That is the secret mansion, which only the master knew of. Should you say how you feel about us, or should you... Shut up! No, I'm kidding. You can tell me. I mean... Everything has been said at this point. Aside from, like, a few tiny lines. I can't think of anything you could actually spoil. Of course, that mansion also now belongs to the new head. You'll be quiet? No! No! I want to know. I want to know the answers.
It's the mansion your mother lived in. It will probably be worth taking a trip over there sometime.
My mother. I've lived alone my whole life. The only person I've ever felt like calling mother is Komasawa-san, who always helped me out. So there's a mansion where a mother I've never met nor seen lived. Who exactly am I? Ask any questions you wish. You now deserve to know everything. Right now, I'm feeling very confused. I don't even know where I should start asking questions. But I'm sure I'll think of plenty of things to ask about. When I do, please tell me. As you wish. Also, being treated so respectfully like that is a bit uncomfortable. I'd be happier if you could talk to me the same way you've always done. What do you mean, the same way I've always done? We just met today, Beatrice. Are you implying we've interacted before? That cannot be. I truly from these scenes knew all of these people deserved it when Beatrice decided to kill everyone. They put her through this fucking indignity. She went through so much. She forged who she was on her own. And they fucking stole that from her. For Kinso's bullshit. Yes, it is. It is very much like that. If that is what you wish, then I will do so. It's easier for me too.
Well now. What will we do now, Genji-san? Kinso-san is dead. We are free.
I will tell Krao-sama and Madame that he has passed away.
Then, we must tell him that Leon-sama is the official successor to the headship.
After all, from this point forth, you are the Yoshinomiya family head. And Fire Mountain, there is one thing you... Well, no, I guess you say they stole that from her. Is encompassing everything that happened right now, right? Put on this dress, pretend to be your grandmother for like 2 seconds so Kinso can apologize to you. Then call Kinso your father, and your name is Leon now. Yeah, I was gonna say the Leon part basically, but the Leon part is included in everything else. And isn't Krausama the successor? The one who solves the epitaph riddle is the successor. There exists a will specifying this much. Well, I didn't say anything. The Master's final order was that you were to inherit everything. Please, wait. I appreciate the sentiment, but I can't do the job of being the successor. And I can't accept such a big responsibility. I think it would be better for Krausama to inherit that role. Are you certain? Today, I have learned who I am. Everyone knows about their parents. But I didn't since the time of my birth. And here, today, I finally learned the truth. That alone is enough for me. If I suddenly became the Ushinomiya family head, how would Krausama react? How angry would Madame be? I don't want to become the head if it means making them feel like that. Today, I learned who I am. Who gave birth to me, how, and when. These are things I want to learn from them as time goes by, and you're gonna regret ever wishing to learn it. That alone is enough. I am Leon, and I am the Golden Witch, Beatrice. I mean, you can... Something that really symbolizes the fact that she lost... they stole, like, all the... You know, her path in life. Her self-realization as a person. Is that she is no longer acting in character. She's no longer acting as her Beatrice persona. I don't plan on calling myself the head. Krausama can take that job. Is that your order as the Yoshinomiya family head? Yes. As you wish, Master. Then I will make it so. And please, don't tell anyone about what happened tonight. I want to stay me. There's nothing I'd want to do with the Ushinomiya headship. Or the golds. I want to wait. Here on this island. As I've done in the past. I want everything to be exactly the same as it was. That's my only wish. As you wish, Master. Everything that has happened tonight will not go beyond those present here. Kumasawa, Dr. Nanjo, that is the wish of the new head. If that is what you want, I have no objections. Ginso-san's will entrusted everything to you. If this is what you want to do, none of us will complain.
You say exactly the same as it was. But do you really mean exactly the same? With no differences at all?
Yes. We'll keep this a secret. This place and the gold will be sealed away. If I need money, I'll ask you about it then. That's enough for me.
As you wish. The device leading to this place and the key both belong to you. And all of us swear to keep the events of this night a secret. Krausama will be the successor, but in my heart, you will be the only true successor. As you have ordered, we will have the same way we always have. We will behave, but please order us whenever it suits you. You are my only master.
Thank you very much. A vast mountain of gold in the ring of the Yoshiyamiya family head. The dress of the portraits, Beatrice. And I became the true Beatrice, the Golden Witch, right here in my very own Golden Lands. If I think about it, not much has actually changed. After all, I've always been the Golden Witch. I've just had a few more people acknowledge that. And there's a few details that kind of rain on my parade and my headcanons, but I'll just try not to think about them. November 29th. The day I became a true witch. Oh my god, of course it wasn't her birthday. She doesn't know when she was born. Oh, I am one, yet many. I am the Golden Witch, Beatrice. The true ruler of Rokkenjima, and the possessor of endless golds. And yet, I am in no way complete. I await the return of the one person I love. Whew, well, we're done. Now we're actually done tonight. There is one more chapter, but it's a pretty long one, so we're gonna leave it for next time. That is the end of my tale. And the end of the stream. But it is not the end of Umineko. And it is not even the end of episode 7. Oh, man. Ah, man, that sucks. What sucks, Tay? Well, aside from everything that happened in the story, I made such a good job the entire time. And then I crumbled on the final sentence. I didn't make it to the end. I failed on the final sentence. Okay. Let me mute this. And let's go to the end screen. I hope you enjoyed this roller coaster of emotions. Now you know everything. Well, no, not everything, but almost everything. There is one last thing that we still don't know. But we'll get there. We'll get there before this episode is done. You will learn what happens. Next Saturday can come. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Streaming this Saturday. Fuck. We'll see what we can do. I'm gonna rate Matzo. Happy 4th of July? Aw, man. I don't want to end fucking episode 7 on the 4th of July. But I guess I'll have to. We'll see what I do. I mean, if everybody else's game, I'll change it to a different day of the week. I can always swap Wednesday or Monday. We'll see. Anyways, I'll see you on Monday. I'll play more Sheeran, I guess. Take care. Good night. Please go to bed. It's really late. Sorry I kept you up for so long. Bye.